Go Raiders. Sorry about your loss. Spitz, what is it about the committee that is broken?
I've never fried a turkey. I do not own one of those fryers big enough to do so. David, just got to let you know, I got to make more bread this weekend, too. I got to make 2 loaves just for the stuffing.
Just for the stuffing. Now, see, that doesn't count. Thanksgiving doesn't count in the discussion, but I am very impressed.
I'll get you a bread maker for Christmas.
Well, might as well get me a treadmill because I can put the bread maker on the treadmill along with clothes.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this hump day. How's your week going thus far? Let's get over it together, shall we? How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. See, I had to rein it in a little bit the last 2 days in Vegas. Even though I was in a nice hotel, there was somebody on the other side of me. Not on both sides of me, but there was somebody on the other side of me. So, I kind of tried to angle and yell at the other wall. But, it was 3 a.m. in Vegas. I was reining in a little bit. Not that one there, big fella. Not that one.
No, I was going to say it sounds like a guy that slept in his own bed last night.
Yup. Let's go. Let's go. Let's bake some bread. That's how fired up I am. How about get me a bread maker and let's go.
It still has you baffled.
I can't believe it. How many of you make your own bread? I'm like, it's never entered my mind. Okay, the only time I've ever seen it done was my grandmother for the French toast. Oh, it's amazing. What I wouldn't give for another one of those Sunday mornings. But man, I'm so impressed. I feel like such a loser when you guys inundated me with how many of you make your own bread. Man, I'm so impressed by it. I am.
Well, I'm surprised you're impressed by it because, well, most of your meals consist of buns. I mean, you don't do a lot of bread. You do a lot of buns.
I do a lot of bread. Yeah. I mean, buy a lot of subs.
Right. A lot of subs, a lot of hamburgers.
A lot of hamburgers. Yeah, that's true. You're right. I mean, come to think of it. Bagels in the morning.
Right.
Yeah.
And, you can't compare a bun with bread, apparently. It's just like you can't compare a 2-loss team with another 2-loss team that played one another.
Although they're getting closer. No?
Well, they are getting closer, but the committee chair said they're not in the same tier.
Right.
they're not in the same tier.
Right.
Because one team lost to two unranked teams, and the other team lost to the team that lost to two unranked teams, but apparently that doesn't matter.
Right. Right. It's selective as to what losses count and for how much.
Correct.
Right. Much like Alabama. All right. Who does have a lot of impressive wins on their resume, but they also literally have the worst loss in, I believe, the top 25.
So
I'm telling you, Oklahoma beating Alabama that created a problem. It really did. It created a problem. And I'm surprised it's created this big of a problem because at the time Alabama lost to them, Oklahoma was 11. I mean, it's not like they lost to Florida State last Saturday. But that's made life interesting for the committee.
but I will say this is, here's the thing that I don't know if I was surprised by the most, but the thing that I came away looking at more than anything else, it wasn't Alabama at 10. It wasn't Notre Dame at 9. It wasn't necessarily Miami at 13. It was the fact that there was not one, not two, but 3 Big 12 teams that the committee deemed better than any team that plays in the ACC.
There
That
you go.
both BYU and Utah are in a better spot than the Miami Hurricanes. That's the part of this that of all the things on there, because I guess Utah's best wins are either Arizona State or Cincinnati.
Well, one of those was ranked last week, and the other is now ranked this week.
Right. So Arizona sneaking in at 25 is relevant. Why?
Arizona State.
Arizona State at 25 is relevant. Why? Because it allows the committee to put Utah at 12. Now, just for the record, when you look at the AP top 25, Arizona State is nowhere to be found. When you look at the coaches top 25, Arizona State is nowhere to be found. It is why Miller and Moulton for a long time have told you you've got to pay attention to the entire top 25, because the committee can do what it wants. It's their poll. And it is. This is not, a poll, rankings, whatever you want to call it. It's their opinion.
Right. It's the College Football Playoff Committee rankings. Right. It's their country club. Yep.
And in their country club, they are the only one to have Arizona State ranked in the top 25. And why is that important? Because I guess that means Utah, with their win against Arizona State, is apparently, and their 8-2 record is better than that of Miami, who beat number 9 Notre Dame.
Well, they go one step further. With Cincinnati's surprising home loss to Arizona, not only did they work Arizona State in there, they said, you know what? We've been neglecting Houston. And they worked Houston in there as well. So they worked in 2 Big 12 teams at the bottom of the top 25. I don't know if Utah beat Houston. I don't think they played. But still, what they're doing is they've decided if we're propping somebody up, this year it's the Big 12.
The Big 12 hasn't looked this good in rankings since we had the BCS computers.
You got that right. You got that right.
Because the ACC has Miami at 13, Georgia Tech at 16, Virginia at 19, and that's it. And I'm not saying they deserve any more teams being ranked. But Houston and Arizona State propping up the Big 12, who has BYU at 11 and Utah at 12. And Miami, to get into this sucker, needs to get into the top 10 because they're not getting the automatic bid from the ACC.
The other thing that happened, now I will say, teams at the bottom of the top 25 lost last week. Pitt got destroyed by Notre Dame in such a way that the committee said, yeah, we can't keep them in the top 25. And Pitt was like, what, 22 last week? 21 or 22?
Right.
South Florida was 24. They lost to Navy. Got to kick them out. Cincinnati was 25. Lost at home to Arizona. Got to kick them out. So, okay, now who are you going to fill them back in with? Well, they did decide, you know what? The American's been a good conference this year. We need to put somebody from the American in the bottom of the top 25. The committee has said, Mark, for the last 2 weeks, we really don't want to put James Madison in as the group of 5 representative. I mean, they have said that. They've been given 2 chances the last 2 weeks who should be the best group of 6 team, and they've made sure it's the team they like that week from the American. This week, that team is Tulane. Okay. All right, fine. But because the bottom of the top 25 did not fare well, the committee got a chance to sprinkle in some 3-loss teams. And who did they sprinkle in? We pointed out the 2 Big 12 teams. They also worked, hey, welcome back to the Fighting Illini. Anybody heard from them in a month? Anybody? Now, they've been winning games, but anybody heard from them? Well, guess what? Guess who's in the top 25? That's a 6 team for the Big Ten. Big Ten hasn't had more than 5 in a while. Okay, and you know what? Let's welcome back Mizzou. Haven't heard from the Tigers. You know, their quarterback got hurt. Haven't heard from them in a couple weeks. Let's bring back Missouri. Which, by the way,
they beat Mississippi State. That should have earned a way to get back into the rankings.
Right. But what does that do, by the way? That's now another win for Alabama over a ranked team.
Now Missouri plays Oklahoma.
Right.
They lose, they should go out of the rankings. Or will they?
Or they get replaced by. So it is a bit of a shell game at the bottom. That was clearly on display last night. It's like, oh, man, we got 21 through 25. What do we do? I mean, this doesn't count, but it does. But it does. You going to put anybody from the ACC in the? No, not 21 through 25. No. Mm-mm.
And Michigan, don't worry. Michigan fan, you have nothing to worry about. Even though you didn't move a solitary inch in last night's rankings, you could be ticked off this morning going, why did USC move up and we didn't move up? I don't really think you deserve to move up after the way you played against Northwestern, but it's all good. You went out. You beat the Buckeyes. Trust me, you will move up substantially.
Are you sure about that? Because I was concerned, if I was a Michigan fan last night, that I'm still behind Texas, a 3-loss SEC team. That concerns me.
Well, Texas beat Oklahoma. You didn't.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to
Right.
look for reasons.
Right.
But a win over Ohio State should change things to me dramatically. And they can move them up one more time before that. Thanks for joining us on this hump day. Bud Elliott will talk some college football with us. Seth Everett and Chris Perkins as well. Miller and Moulton. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The 2025 Industry Appreciation Awards in Fort Myers have wrapped up, but the celebration of business excellence continues, hosted by the Lee County Economic Development Office, Horizon Council, and Horizon Foundation. This annual event honors the innovators, job creators, and community builders driving the region forward. Visit industryappreciationawards.com to see this year's winners and learn how local businesses are shaping a stronger, more resilient economy for Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Lot to digest there in the chat room. I mean, fun fact that everybody but one team only scored 2s. Thank you, General. Good morning, Javier. And I don't watch Billy G close enough to have an idea what he's writing in the notebook. I've got to be honest with you. Let me ask you this, because it has nothing to do with sports and my co-host left. Today is National Play Monopoly Day. If you were to play one board game today, what would it be? Monopoly, Risk, and then I'm at a little bit of a loss. I mean, if we were to go board games, where would you go? Wow. Didn't do much for you guys this morning. Gotta be honest. Wow, look at you go, Raiders. I was thinking life, Javier. Trivial Pursuit. Okay. I wouldn't consider Yahtzee a board game, Johnny Finger Lakes. It's a dice game, but I appreciate the Ooh, Clue. I'm a big fan of Clue. I would take Clue over Life. No offense to Javier and Pius.
We talking cereal, board games? What are we talking?
You know, you're going to join the conversation this late. You're going to have to catch up.
Huh?
It is National Play Monopoly Day.
Oh.
So I was going to have a board game question.
I like it.
And, Candyland, Tim, I've played a lot with the daughter. Now, I don't have grandkids, but I like Monopoly. I like Chutes and Ladders. I mean, we're not 3. Come on. Candyland and Chutes and Ladders, you guys either have young children or grandchildren. Chutes and Ladders. God dang it. That's funny.
If we include Monopoly, it'll win overwhelmingly.
Oh, are you sure? People hate Monopoly.
Huh.
Scrabble. I've seen Yeah, Scrabble is a board game. Clue I would put on there for sure. I'm with you, Weasel. I'm with you, Cavanbaugh. Clue is on there for sure. Trivial Pursuit, damn good game. I think that would win over Monopoly.
Huh.
I would go Risk, but that is, that's a me thing. I love Risk. Monopoly lasts for 6 days. Everybody hates Monopoly.
Hold on a second. Monopoly lasts longer than Risk?
No, but Monopoly lasts forever.
I mean, you love Risk, and you think Monopoly lasts forever?
I think Risk is a better game.
It's a great game. It takes months.
Depends how many people are playing it. I will say, my daughter likes to play, mano a mano. It never takes that long because whoever starts seems to win.
Huh. Whew.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Top of the morning to you on this hump day. Thanks for getting over it with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Boy, you got things fired up in the Twitch and YouTube chat room during the break. I got up, said hi to
I
the
had to have
wife.
someone to talk to. I mean, you left me, and I needed some companionship, and they were there for me, David.
Well, and that's great. That's awesome. But yeah, I came back, and my goodness, what a debate had broken out. I'm like, wow, it's pretty early for this. What are we talking about here?
You know what I'm talking about. You know what I like to get done early in the show, and I can't do it by myself. And when you leave me, I need them badly.
I just
All question. I mean, come on, David. We struggle with this, and when I have something, I get excited.
okay. All right. So today's National Monopoly Day.
National Play Monopoly Day. I'm not going to tell my daughter that because she will then insist that I play Monopoly with her, and I have no desire to do so.
Oh, where's all this anti-monopoly sentiment coming from?
You know what? I played a lot of Monopoly in my life. There was a time that I liked the game, and come on, we all want to be the car. But Monopoly is, in my opinion, an overrated board game.
Huh. Interesting.
In fact, I would say it's way overrated.
Wow.
Perhaps the most overrated board game of all time.
Wow. This is some, man, are we looking for clicks here? Talk about a hot take. Whew.
So I asked the Twitch and YouTube chat room, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, youtube.com/Miller and Moulton, what should be our 4 board games if we are going for your favorite board game. And because it's National Play Monopoly Day, Monopoly is going to get the 1 seed. It's right there. It's the first one listed.
Okay. I have a question. And I'm not being a jerk. I'm really not. I have a question. Are chess and checkers board games?
Yeah, they are.
Okay. Okay.
But I'm not putting checkers on there. The same reason I'm not putting Candyland on there. They're a little young for our audience. I think our audience is a little more sophisticated than Chutes and Ladders, Candyland, and Checkers. All right.
Okay.
But at the same time, I don't think our audience, and I am positive for this part, maybe our audience is, but I am damn sure that our hosts are not sophisticated enough to have chess on the list.
Seriously?
Do you play chess?
Yeah.
You play chess. When's the last time you sat down and played chess? Okay, I'm waiting. I mean, last week, last month, last year.
I'm trying to
You
think.
play it on your computer against,
I'm thinking.
Bobby Fischer, when's the last time you played chess?
First off, don't insult me like that. I joined a chess club when I was a kid. I played it for years. I love chess.
Sat in the park looking for that one guy.
Don't laugh. I did used to play chess in the park. I grew up in an apartment complex that bordered the park. And during the really nice weather months, there were a few older gentlemen who played chess, and I joined them. And I did play chess in a park. But I don't know if I've played chess this century. I'm thinking about that. Okay, but I like chess. I like the intellectual stimulation. Okay. So there. The rook, by the way, was my favorite piece. So thank you.
Miller and Fisher, Pelican Roofing of Florida text line is open, 21,000.
I want to know what it is about me that made you think that, the intellectual schlep over here, he didn't play chess.
David, you know for a fact, I have said many times, you are the smartest person I know. I'm not joking around. I've never, ever met anybody that has more information inside their cranium, no matter how large yours may be.
I was going to say, I have a big, the reason is you've never met anybody whose head is as big as mine.
It's not true. That's not true. Freshman year in college, I lived in a dorm where a lot of the football players lived. Bill Johnson ended up playing for the Houston Oilers, defensive lineman.
Oh.
Bill came back I was downstairs in a dorm room with a couple of guys that I knew, and Bill came in late, and Bill was drunk. And Bill came in for some food. And Bill was munching on some potato chips, and we were talking. I said, Bill, what size helmet you wear, man? He goes, what do you mean? I said, what size helmet you wear?
How big's that cranium, dude?
And he's looking at me. I'm like, what size helmet? He's like, why? Because you got a big head, man. And Bill was I'm 5'8". Bill's 6'3", 6'4",
Right.
280 pounds. He could have eaten me instead of the potato chips without much of a problem. And he just looked at me and he went, 9. And I went, damn, that's a big head.
That's a big head.
That's a big head.
Big head. By the way, I think Bonds' head, during the height of his steroids was bigger than that.
That's true.
It grew like 2 sizes during his major league career.
So I apologize, David, for the intellect that is on the other side of the screen about your chess.
Just because I don't make bread doesn't mean I'm an idiot.
That's not ever been said. You can't cook. That doesn't make you an idiot. All right. But I didn't know. I knew that when you were a kid, you could not turn the television on because that was against the rules in Mom Moulton's house.
Right.
However, I guess you could go down to the park and play chess with the old guys.
Yes. Mark, there was a time, which many of us joke about now, in which during the 70s and 80s, you could do things with strangers. In fact, in certain households, it was encouraged. We've changed radically, probably for the better in the last 40, 50 years. But yes, my mother did bat an eye when she came home from job number 1 or job number 2 or job number 3 and said, what did you do today? And I said, I walked down to the park by myself and played chess with the guys. And the guys were 3 generations older than me.
and all lived in the park full time, but it was okay. So this may lead to several. I may just have a chess or checkers poll question, just that alone.
All right.
Because I feel while you're right, chess is a board game. It is. It is a very intellectual board game. I mean, I've got Monopoly, Clue, Trivial Pursuit, and I was looking for a fourth. You know, I was going to lean Risk. I like Risk.
Scrabble.
I do the poll questions. I could put up there Scrabble, another game that was played a lot. That my mom and my grandmother played a lot of Scrabble. You had to get to a certain age to be able to sit down with the two ladies at the Scrabble table.
How about if we just give Monopoly its own poll question, because you feel it is the most overrated board game of them all?
I do. I feel that Monopoly is overrated. You think it will win this poll question
Without question. Yeah, I do.
And I don't think that it will.
Okay.
Now, I mean, I could right now. I've already got 3 poll questions done. If I want your favorite Monopoly piece, you know, the car, the shoe, the hat,
the hat,
or the horse. I mean, what do you go with there?
Yeah.
Checkers or chess could be another poll question in and of itself. And then the board game question. Monopoly, Clue, Trivial Pursuit. Do you go Scrabble? Seems that there's a lot of people crying out for Scrabble right now. Pelican Roofing of Florida text line is open. 21,000 is the number. Help me help you get a poll question. The starting 5 is next. Miller and Fisher. Thanks for listening.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not one but 2 elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance. For tickets, go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This is Miller and Moulton.
And Canada Relief, yes, we put 500 in free parking, even though that's not in the rules. And all of the fines go in the middle.
I don't know if I've ever played Monopoly where you didn't collect cash at free parking. I agree, Johnny Mac. Nobody wanted to be the iron. I agree with you. Mark, what do you think of backgammon?
I love backgammon. Love it. I love backgammon. I love cribbage.
The Red Sox are Park Place, not the Dodgers? Really?
Probably all depends on when the game was made. Although I could see the Dodgers being the best of those greens right before you get to Park Place and Boardwalk.
I mean, the Cardinals? Really? We have nominations. That's a best of segment.
Oh, already written down. That's why I didn't even deviate from the board games and stayed the hell out of sports the whole segment. I got a lot of segments I got to get done by Friday to get this all turned in for next week. So be good today, David.
Face a lot of pressure now.
Either that or I got to figure out where the hell that Tim Brando's interview is.
There you go.
Yeah, Spitz, I noticed driving by the McDonald's nearest my home is that they've got a sign that says the McRib is coming, and then the coming's crossed out and it said is back or something like that. Whatever. I love the fact that my daughter we drive by McDonald's. My daughter points, she goes, that's the bad food place. So great.
So someone, Robes says, can't believe no one has suggested sorry.
Well, you just did, Robes. Not a bad game. I remember playing sorry. I wouldn't put it in my top 4.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Madness has broken out on Miller and Moulton this morning. Board games. Who'd have thunk it? This is more feedback than when we used to give away free t-shirts. Man, oh man. Someone just suggested sorry.
Sorry it didn't make the list. See what I did there?
I got it, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we have the 4 games up. We went with Monopoly, Clue, Trivial Pursuit, and Scrabble. I got you. I missed a bunch. I get it. Those are the 4 that we chose. And then we simply just ask, which do you like better, checkers or chess? And I picked checkers. It's very simple. I'm not as sophisticated as my co-host. I know how to play chess. I know what all the pieces do. Every single one. I know where they go, how you move them. I know how you're supposed to win the game. But I don't know a single strategy, if you will. I don't know how to play chess. Like, I know what the rules are, but I don't know how to play it. I did not spend my summers in the park hanging out with 380 years olds learning how to play chess. And I feel badly that I didn't now, but apparently David couldn't watch TV in his house, but he could go to the park and play chess with the octogenarians.
Right. Absolutely. So did we go, and by we, I mean you, did we go with favorite Monopoly piece?
I could do that. I have not yet.
Because that one I like a lot. Because you realize just, at the beginning of the game, what do you want to be? Ooh, do you want to be the hat? Do you want to be the race car? Do you want to be the guy on the horse?
I liked the hat and the shoe. I used to like the car, but everybody wanted the car. So I started getting away from the car.
So, consider what you want the top 4 game pieces in Monopoly to be, and we will vote accordingly. I got some business to attend to. Time now for
The Starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting 5.
Brought to you by BTO, Bachman Turner Overdrive. BTS, Lee County, Florida. Building a better community through business, sports, and tourism. See, we're BST. Not to be confused with a BLT. Lee County Business, Sports, and Tourism. College Football Playoff Committee rankings came out last night, and you can say a few differences from the AP poll that came out on Sunday. Top 5 gave you a big clue. Ohio State, Indiana, A&M. Georgia moves up from 5 to 4. Texas Tech, number 5. Leapfrogging both Oregon and Ole Miss. Ole Miss 6, Oregon 7. Oklahoma with the win at Alabama. Firmly in the top 10 at 8. Notre Dame at 9. Alabama at 10. Can I just ask you this sidebar, and I know you're busy typing in poll questions?
Go ahead.
How does the committee justify Notre Dame ahead of Alabama? And I'll say it again. I'm an Irish Catholic. Notre Dame is my favorite college football team growing up. My grandmother, who I adored, would watch the games with the rosary beads in her hands. Okay? But Alabama's got how many wins better than Notre Dame's best win?
What's Notre Dame's best win?
That's a question onto itself. USC, right? Has to be.
Okay, USC is their best win. Alabama's beaten Georgia, who's number 4.
Correct. Right? They beat Tennessee, who's in the teens,
but they beat
right?
Vanderbilt, who's 14.
Right.
They beat Tennessee, who's 20. They beat Missouri, who's 22.
Right. I mean, that's, once again, first off, if Alabama beats Auburn, they're going to be in the playoff. They should be in the playoff. Hell, I think if they beat Auburn, they're going to be in the SEC title game.
Correct.
Okay, but the committee helped me out here. I want to support you, although it leads to much better sports talk radio if I don't support you. But I want to support you. How is Notre Dame ahead of Alabama? You got to answer me that before I can support you.
Apparently, it's the Florida State loss, David. That's
so now it's the quality of the losses that means more than the quality of the wins. Is that where we're going here? That's a new one, isn't it?
David, it's week to week. I mean, at least I'll give the committee credit. They could change everything this past week from the week before because they have a new committee chair.
Correct. Who's from Arkansas? The old guy was from Baylor, right?
Right.
Yeah, he may lose his job at Baylor. So
he may.
So he had to, step away from the committee. Meanwhile, the Arkansas guy's like, can we hurry this up? I've got a football coach to hire. BYU 11, Utah 12, Miami 13. We said one of the key parts to the committee's poll was how many teams could get ahead of Vanderbilt. Vandy's 14. So 2 Big 12s, not including Texas Tech because that's obvious. 2 wild cards, if you will. BYU and Utah, and Miami, the highest ranked ACC school at 13, which is funny because they're like in 6th place in the ACC standings. Vandy is the 6th SEC school in the top 14. USC 15, Georgia Tech 16. We mentioned them along with Michigan at 18. Why? They have got monster games coming up either this week or the following in which it could dramatically alter what the rankings look like. USC at 15's at number 7 Oregon this week. Georgia Tech will play number 4 Georgia, Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And Michigan will, of course, host number 1 Ohio State in a week and a half. Tulane's the highest-ranked group of 6 school at 24. 9 SEC schools in the ranking because Mizzou's back in at 22. 6 Big Ten schools in the ranking because the Illini are back in at 21. The Big 12 got 5 because they threw Houston in at 23 and Arizona State at 25. And the ACC has clearly been told by this committee, you guys suck. And it will take a cataclysmic event for you to get 2 teams in this playoff. You have just 3 teams ranked in the top 25. So there. Lane Kiffin went on the Pat McAfee show and denied that he was given an ultimatum by Ole Miss. Take it for what it's worth. 3 action games last night. Akron ended their season with a 1916 win over Bowling Green. Bowling Green has 1 game left, and it's a biggie. It will determine whether or not UMass goes 0 for the season. UMass fell to 0-11. The Bobcats of Ohio beat them 42-14. Western Michigan picked up their 7th win of the year. They beat Northern Illinois 35-19.
It was a nice win. They were down 13 spit and came back. They're going to represent the MAC in the conference title game now. I think that guarantees it with their win last night.
Yeah, what are they, 7-1 or 6
in
the
conference?
Yeah. Jamar Chase, that 1 game spitting suspension was upheld. I mean, they had the video. I know he said I didn't do it. They're like, roll the videotape. So he will not play this coming Sunday when the Bengals take on the Patriots. CJ Stroud out again with the concussion. Texans and Bills Thursday night in Houston. That's tomorrow. Mike Tomlin says Aaron Rodgers does not need surgery on his broken left wrist. His status, however, TBD. Boy, if you're a Bears fan, okay, do you start to think that this is maybe our year if we don't get to face Aaron Rodgers this Sunday because the Bears host the Steelers? First off, I did not realize this, Mark. The Steelers are like 1-9 all time in Chicago. It's amazing. They won with Cowher and Bettis in the mid-90s. Otherwise, I guess it's a house of horrors for the Steelers.
Hmm.
Did not know that. But considering how much Aaron Rodgers owns the Bears, if you're a Bears fan and Rodgers can't play, don't you start to look around and go, wow, it's starting to line up for us this year. Starting to line up for us this year. NBA, 6 games. And I'll start with this one. LeBron James made his season debut last night. This is year number 23. I know a lot of you don't like him. 23 years at the level that he's played at, got to give it up to him. Lakers behind 11 points, 12 assists from LeBron. Oh, yeah, and 37 points, 10 assists from Luka. Beat Utah 140-126. Orlando at 6 in double figures, and they won without Paolo over Golden State 121-113. Steph with 36 in the loss. The Pistons have won 11 in a row, their longest winning streak in 18 years. They beat Atlanta 120-112. Celtics above 500 for the first time this year. They beat Brooklyn 113-99. Nets are 2-12. Phoenix 127-110 over Portland. The Spurs without Wemby beat Memphis without Ja 111-101. College hoop. We had some good games last night. 5th-ranked Duke, or at least on paper, good matchups. 5th-ranked Duke handled Kansas 78-66. Your Spartans took it to Kentucky.
Well, when you shoot 22% for the year from behind the arc and you make half of your three-pointers in a game, that helps.
Michigan State ranked 17th, not for long. They beat 12th-ranked Kentucky 83-66. North Carolina, UCLA, other winners. Remember, Michigan State, North Carolina, next week in Southwest Florida. Get your tickets. Get your tickets. Arkansas had to come from behind, score the final 6 points of the game to beat Winthrop 84-83. Arkansas was a 23-point favorite, and they won by 1 at home.
And Winthrop had the ball with the shot to win the game and missed it.
George Mason over Jacksonville by 22. FIU a winner by 24. Florida State beat Tennessee Martin 87-73. 8 NHL games last night. Lightning looked good. Got a hat trick from Getzel. Vassie with 31 saves. 5-1 Tampa Bay over New Jersey. Islanders beat Dallas 3-2. Vegas beat the Rangers by the same score. Your Wings doubled up the Kraken 4-2. Another one of your young guys. This Nate Danielson with a goal and a helper.
Yep.
Toronto 3-2 in overtime over St. Louis. They snap a 5-game skid. Nylander with the game winner. Winnipeg 5-2 over Columbus. Bedard with a hat trick. Chicago 5-2 over Calgary. San Jose 3-2 in overtime over the Mammoth. An interesting baseball trade went down yesterday. Orioles and Angels. Angels acquire a 26-year-old starting pitcher who had had 2 good years in the majors and then blew out his elbow, missed the last year and a half, but he was coming back this year. Orioles traded him, Grayson Rodriguez, to the Angels, who picked up a 32-year-old bat in Taylor Ward, who hit 35 homers last year. It's a very interesting trade. Soccer, last appearance for the U.S. men's national team of 2025. And they were missing a couple of their stars. And they pounded Uruguay 5-1. Probably the most impressive performance they've had under their current manager. Nice way to end 2025. And it's 7 minutes before the hour mark. That was the starting 5. 5 big stories and an interesting baseball trade here on Miller and Moulton. The starting 5 brought to you by Lee County, Florida, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
That friendly was in Tampa last night at Ray J, by the way, the U.S.-Uruguay game.
So, was it well attended?
That I don't know. I just know that my daughter's soccer coach took the game off that he was coaching to go to the game. And, Coach, I don't blame you a bit. I would have done the same thing. Leave it to the assistants. Miller and Moulton, thanks so much for listening. Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent you.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeister's prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right. So I've got the car, the dog, the hat. Would you go the horse or the shoe or the battleship?
Horse. But that's me. I always thought it was a cool piece. Wow. Early returns, by the way, on the what's your favorite board game? They're all within 4 percentage points of one another. I mean, light voting so far, but wow. Good question.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Getting over it together. Thanks so much for being with us. Seth Everett in an hour, Bud Elliott in about 90 minutes, Chris Perkins to begin the Diamond District bonus hour here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. And what a first hour if you've missed it. You'll want to go to millerandmoulton.com and download it. Yeah, well, we went somewhat in depth on the College Football Playoff Committee rankings, and I'm sure we'll go there again this hour. But let me tell you, board games have taken over the show because today is National. Is it technically
National Play Monopoly Day?
All right, so it's not National Monopoly Day. It's National Play Monopoly Day.
Yes.
Because people would think that, we were going to celebrate Bell Telephone and a few other, a couple of the insurance and banking companies. I mean, what were we going to do today with National Monopoly Day? But I digress.
So we have a board game question with your choices being Monopoly, Clue, Trivial Pursuit, and Scrabble. Close voting, changing by the second. Literally. All four getting very similar numbers.
Wow. That's a good question then.
The intellectual audience that's up at 6 a.m. voting chess over checkers, hanging out in the park with one David Moulton.
Yes.
Playing chess with strangers.
I did during my formative years. It probably explains a lot. It worked well for me, and it worked well for my mother, who just needed me occupied while she worked one of her 3 jobs.
And I envy those of you that play chess and understand it. Like I said, I know what all the pieces do. I know what the object of the game is. I suppose there could be a way I would luck into a win, but I don't know any strategy. And I know there are a lot of different ways, you play the game. Will say, I think it was on Amazon Prime, may have been on Netflix, The Queen's Gambit. Great little miniseries. Just for what it's worth. Had a chess theme to it. Terrific show.
Right.
And then finally, because it is National Play Monopoly Day, what's your favorite Monopoly piece? The car, the dog, and the hat are your big 3. I even looked up some rankings of pieces to try to find out what to put forth. And, could have been the horse. It could have been the boat. It could have been the shoe. David said horse. I went with him. We went horse. So far, none of you give a damn about the horse. Not many of you give a damn about the dog. It's either the hat or the car. But those are your choices. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. If you are not on X and you want to chime in, well, that's where the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line takes over. 21,000 is the number. 21,000. If you've never texted the show before, or if it's been a long time, text the keyword Miller, because if not, there's a guy up in Michigan that doesn't know what the hell's going on, getting text about things he doesn't understand.
All right. Let me put you on the spot. So your thoughts on the playoff rankings committee? All right. Do you have a problem with the top 5?
No, I don't. I believe, however, that if Texas Tech wins their remaining games, including a rematch with either Utah or BYU, if BYU were to somehow, and I don't see how BYU doesn't play, I think they'd have to lose both to not play in it, because if they end up with the same record as Utah, they beat Utah. So I think, David, that when it's all said and done, Texas Tech's going to end up, if they win out, I think they'll be the 4 seed.
Well, I think that's what the committee had in mind, making sure they put Texas Tech in the top 5 now. That they're setting up that unless Georgia gets in the SEC title game, and right now they're out.
Yeah, they would need Auburn to beat Alabama. And I don't know a Georgia fan out there that's rooting for Auburn to beat Alabama. Georgia's content with being the 5. They are.
So the committee is set up.
There's a bunch of 2-loss teams in the Big 12, but how I have it stacked up in front of me is Utah's listed as the 3rd place team. So BYU, if they lost, I don't know if that would throw a wrench in this thing and somebody else somehow, some way would jump up. But it looks as if Texas Tech's going to play BYU in the Big 12 championship game. If they beat them a second time, then Texas Tech's going to be the 4. Georgia's going to be the 5.
Okay. I'm going to give you a bunch of scenarios here. Some people like when we do this. Some people don't. Apologize in advance to those that don't. It's college football. I don't know what to tell you. It's an opinion-based sport. That's part of its charm. In fact, that's a big part of its charm. Or madness, one or the other. So Georgia Tech beats Georgia. They're 16 right now. BYU's 11. BYU has the 1 loss to Texas Tech. Georgia Tech has a loss. Was it Virginia?
NC State.
NC State, right?
NC
not a good loss.
No.
Not. But if Georgia Tech beats Georgia, do they climb ahead of BYU? They're 5 spots behind them right now. I'm asking for a specific reason. And you know the reason.
I know the reason. David, here's what's fascinating. First off, I believe they would climb in front of Miami. And I'm bringing that up for one reason. Miami just played NC State in the last few weeks. They destroyed them. And I mean destroyed them. NC State didn't cross the 50 in the first half. So Georgia Tech, if they beat Georgia, would go ahead of Miami. But then collectively, where would Georgia Tech and Miami both go is what I wonder. But David, yes, I think if they beat Georgia, they would nestle in right behind Alabama, who also beat Georgia.
The reason I think it's important is right now they're positioning BYU to be this year's SMU. Get to the conference championship game at 11-1, lose it, and get the last at-large spot at the expense of Alabama, Miami, and South Carolina in that order last year. Mark, that to me is what the committee may have to wrestle with in a week and a half. If Georgia Tech beats Georgia, heading into conference championship weekend, and who knows if Georgia Tech's going to be in the ACC title game, but I'm assuming they will. They'll take care of business this week, and they'll post an 11-1 regular season. They're 11-1 versus BYU's 11-1, because that's basically then, in theory, if they both go to the conference championship game and lose it, and they're both 11-2, who potentially could grab the final playoff spot?
Georgia Tech would be ahead of BYU, and they should be, because BYU does not have a win that's as good as what Georgia Tech would have. But then again, this year the committee doesn't seem to value wins. They value losses, hence Notre Dame being ranked as far above Miami as they are.
Which would then be interesting, by the way. Could the committee have Georgia Tech ahead of BYU heading into the conference championship games? Think about it. Georgia Tech could face
Play Virginia, SMU.
Let's just say it's Virginia, because Virginia's ranked. They're 19th. If Georgia Tech loses to Virginia, but BYU loses to Texas Tech, could the committee then flip the standings and say, well, BYU's loss was better. Georgia Tech was favored in the game they lost. They don't deserve an at-large. Just throwing that out there. Okay.
By the way, Georgia Tech hosts Pitt this week. They're a 2.5-point favorite.
The Alabama-Notre Dame thing bothers me. Bothers me a lot. How in the world can Alabama be below Notre Dame? Yes, worst loss in the top 25, without question.
No, I would say the Georgia Tech NC State loss is just as bad as Alabama losing to Florida State.
Ooh, okay.
I would. Sorry. I mean.
All right. Okay. I would argue it, but doesn't
they have the same records. North Carolina State's lost one less in-conference game because they've played one less in-conference game. But anyhow.
How do the 8 straight wins that Alabama's had against, 5 of them ranked teams?
Right.
And I'm talking ranked teams now. Okay? At least 4 of them are against ranked teams now. Okay? Notre Dame's won 8 in a row also. I believe only one of them is against a team that is ranked today.
Which surprises me in this area. They could have snuck Navy in the bottom of the poll, David.
Yep.
They put Tulane there. If you're trying to prop Notre Dame up, and let's be honest, the bottom of this poll is done to prop up who they want to prop up. They could have put Navy in instead of Tulane.
Yes, they could have.
But to your point, David, they have beaten Georgia, Vanderbilt, Missouri, Tennessee, and I think that's it as far as ranked teams.
Yeah, ranked teams now. Of course, they have 1 or 2 teams they played when they played them. They were ranked, but they've helped knock them out of the poll. But so, and the reason I say that is because I believe if we do the mathematical equation right now, we get 5-3, 1-1-1-1. Big 12 gets 1, ACC gets 1. Notre Dame has a spot, and the group of 6 gets 1. Alabama right now is the last team in the tournament. I don't think Alabama should be on the bubble. And that's how I'd be arguing in that room. I'd go, listen, guys, we got to flip Alabama and Notre Dame. We got to put Notre Dame on the bubble. Come on now. Come on now.
And what's fascinating, we haven't even brought up the Big Ten yet, but if USC beats Oregon this week, where are they going to put the Ducks? American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it
For
real.
over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Seth Everett, top of the hour. Bud Elliott, little more than an hour. Chris Perkins, Dolphins on a winning streak that their fans, for the most part, don't want. Can we stop? Stop winning. It's hurting our draft pick. It's going to keep the coach. We don't want to keep the coach. Stop winning, please.
Bye week this week for the Dolphins.
Right.
And then the Saints come to town.
And then they go with the Jets. Now, what happens? Will we get Dolphins going, we're 6-7. If we win out, ... Or do you think that they're so far gone, lost, that the winning streak will honk them off even more? Or will some of them go,
David, you know a lot of Dolphin fans.
Yes.
I know a decent amount of Dolphin fans. I don't know a single Dolphin fan that thinks 10-7's a possibility. Because that's what they'd have to do. They would have to win out.
Yes.
That ain't happening.
Okay. All right. Remember, they're done with the Bills. They still have the Patriots, though, right?
They have to go to Pittsburgh. They have
Right.
to play Tampa, and they have to go to New England.
Okay.
And not screw up against the Saints, Jets, and Bengals.
Yeah, no, it's unlikely. I'm just saying. But, you win 4 in a row, you get to 6-7. I'm just wondering if, you could be facing the Steelers without Aaron Rodgers. Come on now. The Ravens will have already started to beat them up. By the time they face the Steelers, they may not even be a quote-unquote playoff team. Listen, I know they're gone. I'm just wondering, does a 4-game winning streak get one of them to wake up, have that cup of coffee and go, that's all.
I got you. I just need them to lose 2 more games. That's really all I care about. I've got the under. That's really at this point all I'm looking at. But it's time to start getting your head around the Jags making the playoffs.
Well, I think people would have gladly been there already if they had held on to the 19-point lead in Houston.
I know. But this week, put it this way, David, and by no means is there anything close to a guaranteed win for a team named Jacksonville. But if they can go on the road and beat Arizona, they're a playoff team. They've got a lot of things going for them. Beating the Chiefs, beating the Chargers. Those are 2 important wins when you get down to the tiebreaker scenarios if there's a bunch of 9-8 or 10-7 teams in the AFC.
You did mention the scenario, though, earlier in the week, which I was not taking into consideration, which does need to be talked about. What if the Steelers go 10-7? Maybe it's not good enough to win the North, but is it good enough to get ahead of Kansas City and or Jacksonville?
And you're right. That is one that would change things. But because Pittsburgh right now is 5-2 in conference, the Jags are 4-2. So you're right. It's worth paying attention to. Because Pittsburgh, the problem for Pittsburgh is 2 with the Ravens, 1 with the Bills the rest of the way. I mean, that's just in conference games that they won't be favored in any of those.
But, and you know this because you're married into a Pittsburgh sports family and you have Steelers season tickets, the Steelers and Ravens split every year. So even though we think Baltimore, now that they're getting healthier and Rodgers is going to have a broken left wrist that he's playing through for weeks, somehow, some way, Mark, the Steelers and Ravens split. So I'll give them 1 and 2 in those 3 games. You add that onto the current 6 and 4. We're playing the schedule game with the Steelers here in a second. They're 7 and 6 with 4 games left. They need 3 of them. Can they get them?
At the Bears this week.
Not easy.
Home for the Dolphins on a game that may get flexed out of Monday night.
But say they lose to the Bears and beat the Dolphins. Then they're 8 and 7. They need the other 2. Who are they?
At Cleveland's one of them.
Okay.
But the other one's at Detroit.
So right now, we probably have the Steelers going 9 and 8.
Right.
Okay. I will say, if we actually think the 7 seed is going to go to a 9 and 8 team, then we have to start looking at conference records. Like we have them losing here to the Bears and to the Lions. Wouldn't hurt them in an AFC tiebreaker.
Nope. You're right. You're right. The Jags at the Cardinals this week, at the Titans next week. The Jags is really simple to me. You have to beat the Titans twice. You have to beat the Jets at home. And you got to find one more. And out of the one more is at the Cardinals, 2 with the Colts, and at the Broncos.
So they have to win this. They have to win this one.
I think they've got to beat the Cardinals. If they beat the Cardinals, I see the path to 10.
Because you go Arizona, the Jets, and you have to sweep the Titans.
Right. Which is not easy. It's a division opponent, and that's tough to do, even against a bad division opponent. Ask Carolina. They've already lost to the Saints.
Right.
That game will come back and bite them in the tuchus.
It is right now. They'd be in first place right now in the NFC South if they had just beaten the Saints at home. Right? Aren't they 6 and 5?
Yes.
Bucks are 6 and 4. They'd be 7 and 4. They'd be a half a game ahead of the Bucks.
Correct. So I will say, though, look, do I think the Broncos are better than the Jags? Yeah, I do. But hell, I thought the Chiefs were better than the Jags. I thought the Chargers were better than the Jags.
And we certainly thought the Niners were better than the Jags, and they went to San Fran and beat them.
So I'm not going to put it past the Jags to get the Colts once or, get the Broncos. At this point, nothing Jacksonville does should shock anybody. Lose to a bad team? Sure. Beat a good team? Why not? That's been who the Jags are this year.
Boy, every scenario we're bringing up, it's assuming that the Chiefs are not going to make the playoffs. I mean, are we ready mentally to go there?
I think there are a lot of football fans out there who are ready for it. Do you know who's not ready for it? CBS. I mean, really? We don't have the SEC anymore, and now you're telling me Mahomes isn't going to be in the postseason? What the hell is going on?
No wonder Sean McManus walked away from the presidency and gave it to David Burson. He knew what was coming down the line. That's funny.
And I was listening to some people talk about Houston as a viable playoff team. If they are, they're going to have to beat some really good teams because they've got 2 with the Colts. They've got the Bills. They've got the Chiefs. They've got the Chargers all still on their schedule.
Yeah.
So,
and right now they have no CJ Stroud.
Right.
I mean, come on now. Let's get it together. Houston's not a playoff contender.
Unless they win tomorrow night, then we got to take them seriously.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
I love finding that special buy, that one-of-a-kind item that I know nobody else has, that we're proud to show and represent.
Don't be intimidated. Our sales team is not commissioned. They're here only to be here for you. They're here to educate. They're here to listen to you, listen to what your needs are, and help you find the perfect diamond and marry it with the perfect ring. You're going to find it here. It's here. This is what we do, and this is what we've done for over 20 years.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not one but two elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power Four teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance. For tickets, go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Mark, I was unaware of this. So apparently a huge soccer match was played yesterday, and Scotland won it
Yeah, they made the World Cup. They beat Denmark, I believe.
4-2. So I just stumbled upon the two radio calls.
Yeah.
They are amazing.
Okay. Are they on X? Do you
Yeah.
want to play them?
Yeah. Sure. You want me to send it to you?
I want you to just tell. Well, it's not that easy, David.
BBC Sports Scotland.
On X, it's BBC Sports Scott, SCOT.
Is it the will be coming minute 27 one?
No, that might be television.
Okay. Is it sound on? Sit back and enjoy.
Sound on. Sound
Okay.
on. It's a minute one.
Yeah. I got it.
Okay.
There is Brightman McLean just inside the.
So it's the last two goals. It's 2-2 when this is picked up.
I've got it if you want it. I got the whole minute one here. Ready to go, David. I am here for you.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
2 minutes till Seth Everett joins us. Bud Elliott will join us an hour from now. We're a little over an hour away. Chris Perkins to talk the Dolphins as we begin the Diamond District bonus hour here on Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Miller has produced not one, not two, but 3 poll questions for you to chew on. And you guys are doing a lot of chewing this morning.
By the way, the text line is open for those of you that can't vote on X because you don't have an X account. 21,000 is the number. The keyword is Miller. So text Miller to 21,000 and you can answer any of our poll questions. Are you a chess person or a checkers person? David's a chess person. I'd like to be a chess person. I'm not smart enough. I'm a checkers guy. I think you already knew that, though. I mean, I think that was painfully obvious if you've been listening to this show for any length of time. But we ask you, because today is National Play Monopoly Day, what your favorite Monopoly piece is. We've got the car, the hat, the, what the hell else did I put on there? The horse. And, I got to look. That's how bad I am. The hell did we have? The horse, the hat, the dog, and the car. Right now, the car's running away with it. Chess beating checkers, but it's National Play Monopoly Day. What's your favorite board game at the moment? Trivial Pursuit leading Monopoly with Clue and Scrabble bringing up the rear. But we were talking a moment ago, David, about the Chiefs not making the playoffs.
Yes.
And someone texted in on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. Pelican Roofing of Florida, by the way, 1-866-9-PELICAN. 1-866-9-PELICAN. Statewide, commercial, residential. Give them a call today. They do a great job. Had them at my house. They were wonderful. But Texter says, you know, CBS may have to host a Taylor Swift concert to make up for the lost screen time for her. Well played, sir.
I don't know. Is there another team and another game that could get Tony Romo to make the sounds that he makes during a Chiefs game? I mean, who else is he going to grunt over?
Who else is he going to squeal over? By the way, should Gus Johnson and Tony Romo be the new broadcasting team?
Or should it be McDonough, who sometimes gets that?
His voice can crack.
Right.
Okay. But, I mean, he's not intentionally squealing. I mean, Gus Johnson and Tony Romo are intentionally making the sounds that they are making.
Klatt talking about Gus in the Indiana-Purdue game was great because apparently Gus was a little under the weather. And when they scored the last touchdown, Trent thought that it broke Gus. He thought that was it. He said, yeah, I thought he was done at that point. He goes, yeah, I thought he was going to break down right in the booth.
Yeah, it was something.
But David, you discovered something else.
I did.
That was something.
Yes. This is big. This is big. When you love a sport and you have not been able to compete at the highest level in the sport for a very long time, and you have an opportunity to win either a game or, in this particular sport, a match, which will allow you to participate at the highest level. National pride, Mark, is on the line when you haven't qualified for a World Cup this century and you're a European nation.
We go to David's favorite channel, the BBC.
Scotland. BBC Scotland, not to be confused with BBC England.
Alasdair Lamont on the call.
Now it's back with McLean just inside the Danish half. Back in towards the edge of the penalty area. Gets a Danish head that gets to it. Not entirely clear. Kieran Tierney! Goal! Kieran Tierney has taken Scotland to the verge of World Cup return 27 years on. And that could be the goal that takes us back to the big time. It's Scotland 3, Denmark 2. As Gilman has it, he's surrounded. He pokes the ball back. Surely now Scotland will hold on to possession. It's McLean. He's looking to go for goal from the halfway line. It's chipped glorious! Glorious! Kenny McLean from the halfway line. Scotland 4, Denmark 2. We are returning to the World Cup. What a night!
What a night. So Scotland beat Denmark 4-2. They had to beat them. You heard the last two goals. The last one literally was from the halfway line. Because the final moments, the Denmark goalie had come out way too far and he just lofted it over him and found the net. But Scotland is in the World Cup next year. Okay? Now, that is great enough. Okay? It is. But Mark, apparently BBC Scotland, all right, ended its television coverage last night by playing a Miley Cyrus song that was released 14 years ago, which has something to do with like overcoming mountains. And they had Miley Cyrus's music underneath the soccer highlights.
All right.
I had it queued up as to what the name of the song was. I don't know if it was The Climb, okay, but I had it and I lost it. But this is how big a deal it was. BBC Scotland and breaking out Miley Cyrus and putting those epic moments and music underneath it to end their broadcast last night.
I will say after listening to that, and I get the exuberance and the excitement. I do. I don't know if I can ever criticize a color analyst for stepping all over the announcer again because that stepping on your play-by-play guy right there. That's crushing your play-by-play guy. I did like the fact that I could barely understand a word of what was English during that entire 61-second highlight, with the exception of the point in which they scored the goal. Goal, I understood. All of a sudden, the accent was gone when he said goal. The rest of it, I wasn't too sure what the hell they were saying. But Scotland in.
Correct. 4-2 over Denmark.
Man, that's going to suck when they knock the U.S. out.
Look at you. Look at you. Come on, if you're doing the seedings, don't you have to have a sense of humor? Don't you have to put them in the same grouping as England? I mean, come on. Don't you have to?
If you have a sense of humor, but at the same time, if you have a sense of humor and they could knock out a team like the U.S., wouldn't you do that as well? Because you know, David, when it comes to this tournament, because now as the host nation, they give you every shot to get out of group.
They usually do, although technically we're one of 3 host nations, even though we're the big one because we host the far and away the most matches. But technically Mexico and Canada are also listed as host nations.
I understand, but they've doubled the size of the tournament. I mean, they've done everything they can do to help the U.S. get out of group.
Yeah, what has it gone from 32 to 48 now?
Right.
Yeah.
So I did see, was it Curacao or something like that, smallest nation ever to advance to a World Cup? Those are some of the things that, I mean, that's where, that's UMBC.
No doubt.
And that at a country level. And the excitement that they will have for the World Cup coming, that if you couldn't afford to take your daughter to a Taylor Swift show, you can't afford to go to a World Cup game because the tickets are basically the same. You're talking $1,000 a ticket to get to just about any match.
I have to admit, I hate the diving and the fake fouls in soccer. Hate it. For as much as I criticize American announcers for being over the top and losing their mind, calling American sports, it's how much I love European and South American announcers losing their mind and going over the top for soccer. I mean, I'll never forget Ian Darke, for New Zealand, who had already been eliminated from the World Cup, but scoring a late goal to salvage a tie so that they at least leave the World Cup with a result, as they say. In the closing seconds, I forget who they scored against to come out of it with a 1-1 draw. But at the top of his lungs, he was screaming, "And the All Whites are all right tonight." And they're like one of the 4 worst teams in the draw.
Right.
Okay, but going nuts so that they can go home 0-2-1 instead of 0-3.
I have to laugh because my daughter plays soccer, and last night was her last regular season game. And they've been playing with the same kids, and the league did them a solid because they were going to have a travel team. They didn't have enough kids, so they kept this group largely together. And I've had a wonderful time over the past few years with my daughter playing soccer with these kids. The parents are all cool. I mean, there's just no headaches. And come on, if you've been around youth sports, that's 90% of it. You get a good group of parents, consider yourself really, really lucky. And I have been incredibly fortunate that the parents that my daughter has played, the teammates of my daughter's parents, have all been really good people, and I've met a lot of nice folks. But I laughed last night because our goaltender came out to play a ball, and she could have just picked the ball up, or so it seemed. But instead, she dove, did a full barrel roll with the ball, and I just looked up and said, now she can play soccer. She's got this figured out. She's got the acting part of this down. That's important. Let this girl keep going. I don't know about the rest of them, but this girl's got it down right there. Very proud of it. It wasn't really a dive. No one touched her, but yet she still managed to dive and do a barrel roll. Like, that's a soccer player right there.
So the Miley Cyrus song that BBC Scotland played underneath the highlights of them beating Denmark to go to their first World Cup in what will be 28 years when the World Cup begins was The Climb. Okay, it was released 16 years ago. Mark, I can almost see it. That dream I'm dreaming. But there's a voice inside my head saying, you'll never reach it. Every step I'm taking, every move I make feels lost with no direction. My faith is shaking. But I got to keep trying. Got to keep my head held high. There's always going to be another mountain. I'm always going to want to make it move. Always going to be an uphill battle. Sometimes I'm going to have to lose. Ain't about how fast I get there. Ain't about what's waiting on the other side. It's the climb.
Sounds to me like she ripped off Ain't No Mountain High Enough and Every Breath You Take and morphed them into one song. And I will say, I'm glad you were able to get back to the Miley Cyrus song, because I know most of our audience was dying to figure out which song it was. But there, not only did we get The Climb, we got the lyrics of The Climb. And it's been a while since this show went musical lyrics. The last time we did it was MacArthur Park.
And it was every bit as emotional as that was.
Miller and Moulton. 3 poll questions. None of them, not one damn question, has anything to do with sports. Board games. Today is National Play Monopoly Day. Monopoly coming on the outside, now ahead of Trivial Pursuit. You very sophisticated people say chess over checkers. And when you play Monopoly, you want the damn car. Half of you saying, give me the car. It was always the first choice. If you had the first pick of the pieces, you went with the car. The hat in a distant second, the dog way behind, and no one gives a crap about the horse. Could have gone with the thimble. It would have got the same amount of votes. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote. We will talk with Seth Everett next, Bud Elliott in about 40 minutes time to discuss the college football playoff. And in just a little over an hour from now, the red-hot Miami Dolphins. And we'll discuss them with Chris Perkins on Miller and Moulton. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor. Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hi, Seth.
Hi there.
How are you?
I'm good. Excuse me. You guys are talking World Cup qualifiers, and I have a most unpopular theory on those. I hate them with a fiery passion. Arsenal's best defender is now out 1 to 2 months because he got hurt in a World Cup qualifier, and I hate all of it. I hate this idea of playing for your country during a season. I hate it, and it can make me unpatriotic, whatever you want to call it. I want to put these players in bubble wrap, and I hate these international tournaments, and players love it so much, and I despise it. Play for my team. Play for the team that pays you millions, not some country.
We'll table that for when we come back, because I have a couple of opinions on that. I will say, because we won't talk about this on the air.
Yeah.
I was singing the praises of the team that was, I believe, the second best team in the Eastern Conference, and they got
Last night, shellacked.
they got whooped last night.
They got whooped. Yep. They were due. They were 4-0-1 in their last 5. They, law of averages. Got to bounce back.
Well, the problem is they're going to spend all day drinking on South Beach today and have to play the Panthers tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do. They're going to just spend all day drinking. Maybe go to a steakhouse. Keep all the glass. Use Dixie cups. Get someone to cut your meat for you.
That's usually, see, if you get the first one, then you can get away with boozing between games 1 and 2.
Right.
It used to be a safe bet. If they win the first game in Florida, bet against them on the second game.
I told my kid this road trip is all the stadiums that we've been to, all the arenas. They started in D.C., they went to Tampa, they're going to Florida, and they play in Philly on Saturday. I said, we know all those places.
And Left Twix, I would say no, cribbage is not a board game. I would say it's a card game, but it's open to interpretation, and I'm a big fan of cribbage.
By the way, I am not allowed to wear this shirt out of the house. My kids have told me. This is not vintage. This is an actual Seattle Supersonics polo from that era. From
Why can't you wear it out of the house?
She said it's ridiculously ugly.
Well, and you tell them until they're financially secure on their own, you can do whatever the hell you want. That's
well, I could do that, or I could just say, but it's the Sonics.
In fact, it's the Supersonics.
The Supersonics.
Kids.
This is one of those throwbacks.
Left Twix, I was not going to try to sing. First off, I've never heard the song, so I don't know how it goes. And secondly, I'm not going to ruin Scotland's moment.
The British announcers, by the way, they all have, like, in their arsenal, they have like these phrases when the goals are scored.
Right.
And it's hilarious. You know, Sunderland scores a random goal on a Saturday afternoon, and it's like, and Sunderland has tasted the precipice.
Yes.
And you're like, what?
Oh, I know. Oh, we
They're
love them.
hilarious.
We love them.
Yeah. When that day when I had all the games going on at the same time, I put that game on because the announcers are great.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on a hump day. So we're right smack dab in the middle of our week. How's your week going? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We have the perfect guest on this day because we have not one, not two, but three poll questions, and none of them have to do with sports. And that's why we bring in Seth Everett. He of Sports with Friends and Hall of Justice. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett.
So let's hit you with the poll question, Seth.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's National Play Monopoly Day. Of these four, which is your favorite board game?
Okay.
I preface it with of these four because I have a strange feeling no matter what the four are, Seth is coming up with something that's not on the list.
He always
yeah.
does.
Monopoly, Clue, Trivial Pursuit, Scrabble.
Of those four, Clue. I
If
mean,
you went
Colonel
off the
Mustard
board.
with the lead pipe in the billiard room? Come on.
There, I went with Clue as well. If you deviated from those four, do you have one that, in your opinion, should have been on the list?
Sorry. The game, sorry. Love
Excellent.
the game, sorry.
Because David asked me, are checkers and chess board games? Which, of course, they are.
Yeah.
I found out that David,
Oh, right.
as a young lad, played chess in the park with random strangers. I admit I know what all the pieces do. I know what the object of the game is, but I
agree.
don't know strategy to chess to say I'm a chess player. So checkers or chess, Seth?
Knight to rook 4.
Are you a chess guy?
I mean, I know it. I understand how to play.
By the way, was that like European soccer
Yes,
announcer?
John Champion, my favorite announcer, calling chess.
Was that just like two guys near the center line just passing it back and forth? Is that the voice you just used to describe
Sunderland
that?
has reached the precipice.
No. That's after a goal. No. But how you described, what was that again?
Knight to rook 4.
Right. It sounded, I don't know, it sounded very open championship. And now we go to 14 for the second for McElroy.
McElroy.
You know,
And finally, because it is National Play Monopoly Day, car, dog, hat, or horse. What's your piece of choice?
Oh, you can't be the car.
Why?
Wait. No. I want to be the car. Sorry. I misheard. Yeah, I don't want to be the horse. I would be the car. Always the car.
Everybody's the car. And before we began this interview, because Seth joins us via, basically a Zoom call, how we hook up and we're able to talk to Seth. And it's one of the many reasons you should join us on twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton or youtube.com/Miller and Moulton, because you take in the whole damn thing. You miss nothing.
Oh, yeah.
But Seth listened to our previous segment in which we talked about Scotland qualifying for the World Cup. And of course, a team qualifying for the World Cup for the first time in nearly 3 decades sent Seth off on a tangent. Seth hates the World Cup qualifiers.
I hate all of the tournaments where you play for your country during a season when you play for your team.
Right, because
Brazil,
certainly team comes before country.
That's my point. Team before country.
Unbelievable.
And I said it was going to be unpopular. This guy, Gabriel Magalhães, he's a Brazilian defender. He's the best defender on Arsenal. And he is now out.
That's why this is right. It's about your team.
So I wake up yesterday morning and I find out that our best defender is out 1 to 2 months because of a leg injury because of the World Cup qualifier.
Yeah.
Was he able to play for his country in the World Cup?
Well, he played in that game.
Okay.
And Brazil is going to the World Cup, so mazel tov to them.
Good. Now, Seth, let me ask you another question. because I have a comparison to make into
Sure.
one of the best, I guess, made for TV, play for your country events that we've seen in recent
I know where you're going. I know where you're going.
Will your defender there from Brazil, what's his name?
Gabriel Magalhães.
Yeah, Gabriel Sabatini there. Will he be able to play in the postseason for your beloved Arsenal?
Well, they don't have a postseason in there. He'll come back, but in 1 to 2 months, that's going to be January. That'll be around when Jack Hughes finally gets better.
I can't believe that you, a European soccer fan, who has their seasons interrupted 17 times by 14 different tournaments, is upset that one of the times they're interrupted is so that they could play for their country.
It's not. It happens all the time. Gabriel
Yes.
Jesus, Martin Odegaard, all these players get these massive injuries playing for someone else.
Massive.
And
are they really massive, or now are you just
Gabriel Jesus
now,
had a torn ACL.
Hold
torn
on. Okay.
ACL.
Okay, that's
Another Gabriel. How many Gabriels are on Arsenal?
There's a lot of Gabriels. A lot of Gabriels.
Kind of like Landeskog there. I mean, man, but you're starting to also use the language.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
I mean, now the injuries are massive. Okay. I mean, think about the change that is happening. Okay. Your daughters aren't going to recognize you a few years from now if this continues,
Well, I mean, the thing is, you get it as a headline, right? Unless we're watching all these World Cup qualifiers, you find out as a headline. The Athletic does a wonderful job of covering this kind of stuff. And when I get an alert on my phone that Gabriel's out 1 to 2 months,
massive.
14 games he's going to miss. If he's out 2 months, he misses 14 games.
I know. And
for the team that he plays for.
Yes, but not the country that he plays for.
I don't care. I don't care.
And you're right.
Same
I
thing.
apologize. There are no playoffs, and right now Arsenal's at the top of the table.
Top of the table, baby.
Top of the table. Right next to the salt and pepper.
Right. This is like the Dodgers pitching without Kershaw for 2 months. It's really going to affect them.
It's the same conversation when Tommy Lasorda called me a communist. And the idea of a World Baseball Classic, and you're going to play it in March, someone gets hurt. Edwin Diaz.
Okay. Yes.
Edwin
and by
Diaz.
the way, he didn't get hurt.
It
Hold on.
All the guard.
By the way,
time.
Edwin Diaz got hurt not playing, celebrating.
Celebrating.
They won. They were jumping up and down. He blew out his knee jumping up and down. Okay. I mean, seriously. But anyway, you brought it up.
The handbook, no jumping.
That's not even an unwritten baseball rule, and they've got 400 of them, and that's not even one of them. You did, however, bring up something which has come about in the last 2 weeks, and we didn't discuss it. Manfred is serious, by the way, about during the season stopping it so that the stars can play in the Olympics.
Oh, yeah. He wants to. I know.
And
the players want
pretty
to.
much everything he's wanted. I mean, that's the other thing. Manfred, I know he's not your guy, but you look at what he's wanted to do.
Well,
he's gotten all of it.
The only thing I want to know, the only thing I haven't been able to ascertain, when I had Wyszynski on Sports with Friends, we talked about how the NHL is not allowed to sell any advertising during the Olympics, and they're not allowed to sell any Olympic gear in their team stores. And that's a really dumb move. And from what Wyszynski said is the IOC insists that for all sports. So FIFA can't do it. The NBA can't do it. And what I wonder from Manfred is, did he negotiate something so that you could put an Aaron Judge Team USA jersey in Yankee Stadium? Because if you're going to do that, if you're going to lose baseball games, he has to make up the money somehow.
Oh, he's not going to lose.
And what Gary Bettman says is, when you go to the Olympics, you take a bath financially.
Okay, but they're not going to lose baseball games. They're going to start the season a week earlier. Okay, so that when they take an extra week off for the All-Star break, which will be All-Star break at Olympics, they're still going to play $1.62. They ain't going to lose any money.
Oh, he's not. He's going to take 3 weeks off
No, he's going to take 2. He's going to take 2. Apparently, the All-Star break, is 48 to 72 hours, and they're going to go straight into the Olympics in Los Angeles from there.
Okay.
And I guess the baseball tournament
season will open March 15th.
Well,
Maybe.
I mean, it's already open on March 22nd or whatever the heck it is. So, yeah.
Yeah. Let's do the show from Coors Field for that opener.
Listen, Mark, if I may, because usually we alternate questions, and I got to be honest, when we talk to you, we both forget whose turn it is to talk. So, but since we're peppering you with nothing but questions, okay, I think it's the question that's on everyone's mind.
Backgammon, underrated.
Very underrated. I'm with you.
The question that's on everybody's mind is, how's the hot neighbor doing?
Oh, very well. Very well. Yeah. She grew up in Texas, and she is the one thing I can't adjust to with her is she is a diehard Dallas Cowboys fan, and they played Monday night, and that was a big event Monday night. So then I said, well, if we're going to support your teams, how about last night? You want to borrow my Devils jersey? So we're starting to learn to support each other's teams.
Does she wear a Cowboys jersey during
Not a jersey,
Cowboys
but
game?
it works. It works.
It's a jersey?
It's not a jersey. It's a shirt, but it works.
Okay.
It works.
Because while for this show, and I've broken down, I've given up. I used to have jersey rules that if you're not at the game and you're just sitting at home or you're going to the sports bar and you're over the age of 25, you shouldn't be wearing a jersey. I don't care. I don't
Unless
care.
you're doing this appearance on this show.
But that rule never applied to females.
Correct.
They want to wear a jersey. Okay.
Right. And
I
hockey
don't care.
jerseys on women is stunning. Stunning.
Okay, I have never
As long as there's
offered this.
nothing else on.
I have never offered this to anyone, and it could cost me my job. If she has an Aikman jersey, I'll get it autographed. To help your cause, I'll get it autographed.
Oh, we're going to have that. That's going to make the group text.
So my guess is she doesn't have one because you would have already seen her in
I
it.
didn't connect those dots. That's right. Wow.
The biggest in Seth has had in his newly single life.
Right.
Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. You got about 35 seconds. Go.
Okay. Sports with Friends is not this week, but the next 2 weeks on Sports with Friends, Kevin Ingram, former talk show host in Nashville, Tennessee, now the voice of Tennessee, and Carlos Alcaraz, the #1 tennis player in the world, will be on Sports with Friends.
Great cat.
In the next couple of weeks. This week, we're doing the potential sale of Warner Brothers Discovery, all the potential buyers, and the impact that it will have on DC Comics and DC Studios.
Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice, learning to become a Dallas Cowboys fan. You know why.
Slow down. Slow.
Follow him on X at Seth_Everett.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Okay. Adam, see, you're too young. You couldn't. Seth is 50. Okay. I don't think the hot neighbor is 28. Okay. I'm guessing the hot neighbor is at least late 30s, maybe early 40s. Okay. And so, therefore, hot neighbor would be very aware of who Troy Aikman is. Now, still a chance that if she has a jersey, it's Romo or Dak. But I was just trying to help our guy out. That's all. They knew who he was. They were speechless. Most famous Uber driver they've ever had.
Ooh. The meatball mix is on sale at Mario's. Not really a week to be making sauce, though. That kills me.
Wow.
Just saying.
You know, can never go wrong with meatballs. Ordered them as an appetizer the other day, just the meatballs.
I didn't realize that the guy who you took care of getting tickets for me is completely retired. I went to his office yesterday to drop something off. He's done.
Yeah.
I figured he was done, but, you know, the guy that still pops in once a week, you know, because he's bored.
Right. Right. Needs to get out of the house for a few hours, right?
Right. But he must have let somebody know that I might be stopping by because the gal was. All right.
Did you buy him a bottle of something?
I did, but I gave him, you know, I asked him what he liked, and he said Cabernet, but I gave him a bottle of Shiraz because it came from a winery that we are members of, and you can't get this bottle any other way, and it's a pretty nice bottle of wine. It's the last wine club that the wife and I are still a member of. Times are tough, man.
Oh my God. So I take a cab from the airport. There's this cab company. They got them all lined up. And when I land in Jacksonville, and I get in the cab, and we're most of the way to the condo. And the guy pulls on the street about 3 miles from the house, and he drives past this gas station. And there had been no speaking for 25 minutes that we're in the car. None. And he goes, "Oh my goodness." And I go, "What? Everything okay?" He goes, "I got gas at that gas station this morning. It was $2.79 a gallon." I went, "Yeah." He goes, "It's $3.19.
Thank you.
I went, "Today?" He said, "I got it this morning."
I'm telling you, I don't know why. When I said it to the daughter, I'm like, what the hell happened that gas was $2.85 a day ago and it's $3.09 today. What in the hell happened?
I said 40 cents. He goes, I swear to you, it was $2.79 this morning. I filled up my tank. And it was true. We got stuck at a red light. I turned and looked around. Damned if it wasn't $3.19.
And Jake, a cab. Moulton apparently does not want to take Ubers or Lyfts. Why save money when you can take an overpriced cab?
These cars are huge and they're beautiful.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. You know, sometimes I realize all the material that I provide just being a weird old dude. Just being, yeah. I didn't realize I was so weird. Okay, until I started doing this show with you, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X.
Two guys that are going to go out today in some way, shape, or form and spend cash just to try to annoy the cashier.
Yes. And one of us may take out some coins to either A, make it exactly even, or to make it so that we don't have to get pennies, and then watch the person's face as they try to do the math.
It is the gift that keeps on giving for us. That's 617. Okay. Here's 1125.
Or
figure it out yourself.
I'll give them 1122. Okay. And I'll just have this conversation with myself. Do you think you'll get a nickel, or will you get a dime or a quarter? What are we betting on today? I'm betting on dime. Yes.
By the way, David, it's happened to me. I was worried about this. You had warned me about this. But it happened. Yesterday, I had one errand to run, and I had a lot more time needed than just the one errand. I said, Thanksgiving's coming up. Whole family's going to be here. I need a haircut. Let's see.
No.
And I now use the app. I used to go to the salon enough. I don't care. I go to one of the cheap places, and me and Kirk Cousins, I can go right on the app. I can get my name on the list. I know how long I have to wait. It's fabulous. So I get my haircut, and I was pretty pleased. She did a nice job.
Thought you looked halfway decent, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh. So I ran my errand. I picked my daughter up from school.
Uh-huh.
She greeted me with a hug. We walked to the car. We got in the car. Drove home. Nothing. Made dinner for her. Wife came home. Had dinner ready for her as she walked in the door. Had a glass of wine ready for her as she walked in the door. Think anybody in the house has a clue I got a haircut?
Nope.
Nope.
There you go.
And
there you go. Write it down. Write the date down. Okay. There it is. It's over.
You're right.
It's officially over.
I am not one of those get your haircut every 4 weeks kind of guy. I'm not. I hate haircuts. Don't ask me why. I hate it. I don't like anything about it.
Also, your hair doesn't grow rapidly. It doesn't. Like, if I waited as long as you wait to get a haircut, people would be looking at me going, when are you going to get a haircut?
But it'd been since September because they keep track. Because she goes, do you want the this and this? And I said, probably want to take a little more off than you did last time. It's been a while since I've been here. And she had it right in front of her. She goes, yeah, it's been since September. So, again, I have not had a haircut since September.
Right.
I had a good inch taken off the top.
More than that.
I shave it to number 3s on the side. My hair is far shorter than it was when I woke up and passed the woman that I love.
Right.
And like our morning routine is I get up a little bit before my wife. I get a couple of things done. I get into the shower. As I'm getting out of the shower, she is getting into the shower. Hell, it's basically the only time I see my wife naked.
and you had bushy sides, okay, in the morning,
Right.
and you had tight sides in the evening.
Right. We all take that towel and in my hair, when I get that towel in the hair, will stick out straight sideways.
Right. You look like a 70s fro, Mark Miller, is what you look like.
Man, it would be great if I could pull that off.
It was a great
I'd put the
time.
Washington Generals jersey on and just go out and shoot jumpers in someone's yard. So I get up this morning, go through my routine, get in the shower. She gets in the shower. I get ready right there. I bring her, after I am ready, the first thing I do before I leave the house, I pour coffee for her. I bring it into the bathroom. So she has a cup of coffee as she's getting ready. At that point, she will usually say thank you and give me a kiss.
Right.
All of those things happened. Every single one of them. Stood right there. Hey, do you need me to do anything? She goes, no, you're late. Go on with your day. Okay. And I left.
Yep.
Nothing
Zip.
last night. We went together to my daughter's soccer game. We sat on the couch, watched a little basketball, put the kid to bed. Nope, not a damn thing. Even the daughter, who usually will go, Dad, you got a haircut. Nope, nothing. Not the daughter, not the wife. Mark it down, November 18th, the day they quit caring.
Yep, that's it. Day they stop noticing you. Yep, you're just background noise at this point. Yep, might as well be AM
more than a chauffeur and a coffee maker. That's
Right.
really what I am, David.
You might as well be AM radio on a long drive. Yes, that's what you are. It's okay. You'll get used to it. You'll adjust. It'll be fine. In fact, a few years from now, they will notice one time when you got a haircut, and you'll be pleasantly surprised. You'll feel good. You'll feel like, wow, okay, they care about me. They really love me. It will turn. It will be a dark few years, though, between now and then. It will. I would have paid hundreds of dollars if at the soccer match last night, one of the other parents had said, hey, did you get a haircut? I mean, I might have paid $1,000 for that to have happened.
Would have been one of the couple of hot moms. I mean, let's be honest.
Well, that's true, because then the wife would have been like, hey,
exactly.
She's a little too good looking to be noticing my husband like that.
Exactly.
I didn't even notice he got a haircut.
Now, I don't know how many of the dads listen to the show. I know a couple do. But you know what they're thinking right now? Does he think my wife's one of the hot moms? You know what? You're going to have to come up and approach me on that one, and then maybe I'll answer. Maybe I won't.
Tell you what, you're going to have to start paying attention to whether or not I get a haircut, and you're just going to have to elbow him and say, you know the line, go. I think it's that time, honey. Really? You think so? I think so. Hey, Mark, good to see you. Did you get a haircut?
So that's where life is right now. I have entered the Moulton phase of my life.
Yep.
The wife no longer cares. She's just going to say, I've been so busy at work. Really?
Yep.
Were you busier this week than you were last week? You've been busy for 10 years. Your job's a son of a gun. I know it. I respect the hell out of it. But come on.
Just a haircut. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You made it a lot longer than I did. A lot longer than I did. So then again, you've been married less, you know.
Right. Coming up on 13 years.
Right. My wife was sick of me, remember, by just before 15.
15, she was done with you. My wife's forgotten him. I don't know if I made it as long as you were a little older. So
well, that's true. That's true. So
by the way, textures today, we've got the poll question on the board games. You know, I knew people would come out. You know, there's a few, you know, Seth talked about Sorry. We got people saying Battleship. That was their choice.
Hold on. Battleship's not a board game.
What would you call it then? I'm with you, but is it in its own category?
It's almost like a toy. I mean, first off, it's not on a board.
You're not wrong.
But
After that
Please.
last interview with Seth, people saying Seth is on Amazon right now buying an Aikman jersey. And then this guy said, my wife colored her hair last time and I didn't notice. Sir, you're done.
Oh, my goodness.
Make it happen night may happen again in 2026, but not before then.
Well,
that
sir,
is the faux pas of life right there.
sir, it may happen for her in 2026. It just may not happen with you.
But Elliott, next. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not one but two elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance. For tickets, go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, that's 4 of them I have from today.
I was going to say, and you
I've tried, like, I'm glad you've caught on. When I go generic, I'm like, don't you dare start talking college football playoff rankings right now. I may kill you.
But you laid down the gauntlet this morning, and I feel we've delivered.
Yes. Yes. Wait a minute. No. Panda, hold on. Is there a board in Clue where you have to roll the dice to move your player? Battleship doesn't have a board. It's got 2 little things. All right. According to ChatGPT, Battleship is definitely considered a board game.
What?
It uses a structured playing surface. The 2 grids function like game boards. It has rules, strategy, and turn-based play. It has been sold in board game format for decades. Even though it looks different from a classic cardboard board game, it squarely fits in the board game category.
No. Just because you sell it in a board game aisle doesn't make it a board game. Because you go, well, it's not really a board game, but where else am I going to put it?
Boy, I protest that one. I want to take that to like the Independent Board of Sport in like Switzerland or whatever. Dead shook. That's why I went for the hat. It was the same thing. I go, I'm not going to get a lot of grief taking the hat.
I think cribbage is a card game. I see where you're at, Deadstroke. I According to ChatGPT, my rule of authority on everything these days, cribbage is primarily a card game, but uses a board as a scoring tool.
You have his number?
I do.
Okay.
Have it right here.
Listen, I understand.
I'm going to call it now.
This is more important. Okay. The battleship, debate is more important. I just wanted to make sure you had the board, phone number.
Bud's on.
My lawyer buddy agrees with the masses. If chess and checkers are board games, then so is Battleship. I don't get that at all.
Because, and Mark, you're right. Cribbage is a card game because you don't need the pegs. You can play it by just keeping score with the pencil. It's a pain, but you can do it.
I play the pro, but he cheats.
Funny, Panda.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. One of our longtime guests, one of our favorites, Bud Elliott, kind enough to join us. 24/7 Sports, No Cast, Cover 3 Podcast, CBS Sports. Follow him on X. Bud Elliott, 2 L's, 2 T's, and the number 3. Bud Elliott 3. Bud, it's David and Mark. How are you?
Guys, I'm doing well. Just another week of college football playoff ratings and a couple weeks left to go in the regular season.
All right. I know you don't get too concerned with the rankings because we all know they just do what they want week to week. Is there any point of reference in this week's rankings that you have a problem with?
A problem, maybe a little bit, I guess. Digging into this, and obviously, declare your biases. I work for CBS. Obviously, we have rights to the Big Ten. I don't know that Oregon's resume really stacks up. In some ways, it is comparable to what Indiana did last year, where you didn't really have any wins over, true top teams, but you did, for the most part, pound the middle to bottom teams that you played, and you played one game against a real top team. Of course, this year, ironically, being the game they played against Indiana at home, and they lost by 10. But I think I'm a little surprised week by week that Oregon sits there at 7. I would prefer to have them a little bit lower and then give them credit if they rack up those wins against USC and Washington, which would probably be, honestly, guys, their first and second or first and third best win of the season. The best right now is the win at Iowa, which circumstantially was impressive, given that they had their top 4 pass catchers out for the game. But on the resume basis, Iowa does have 4 losses.
But they had 2 when they played them. My guess is that if at the end of the year they beat USC and Washington, that Iowa will go down as their second best win ahead of Washington. But I see your point. We have a problem with Notre Dame, A, being as high as they are, B, being this week 4 spots ahead of Miami. I really have a problem with them ahead of Alabama. And it's important to me because I think right now Bama would be the last team in. And I feel that if anybody should be on the bubble, it should be Notre Dame before Alabama. Am I off base?
I mean, no, I think you are absolutely correct. It feels like what they are doing here is kind of the antithesis to what they have said that they intend to do, which is, reward you for your wins, like not punish you for playing challenging games. And I think that's really what's happening to Alabama right now, right? Like Alabama played a non-conference game against the Seminoles. Now they didn't know they were going to end up being this bad. Although if they went out, I mean, they're 8-4, and like that's not that embarrassing necessarily to lose to an 8-4 team on the road. But if you look at it, I mean, Bama probably has like the 4 best wins of anybody right now, and they certainly have the number 1 best win, I think, in beating Georgia in Athens. Although I think Indiana has a good argument that beating Oregon, by double digits in Eugene is also quite impressive. I mean, I just don't see how Notre Dame's resume stacks up. Like, yes, they have been killing teams. Yes, they are certainly a good team, and I don't think they should be like overly punished for losing to Miami and A&M. I just don't know like what great wins they have on this resume to be ahead of Alabama. I agree with you guys.
And it may not mean as much, Bud, but there are 3 Big 12 teams ahead of Miami. And obviously, I'm fine with Texas Tech. They've not only won, they've been impressive in how they've done so. But Utah being ahead of Miami, to me, they're already trying to set barriers to keep Miami out should they win out. And, they even said last night, well, we don't have Notre Dame and Miami in the same tier, so head-to-head doesn't matter. The ACC looks as if it's going to be a one-bid league unless they really change their minds about Miami, right?
Yeah, I think the ACC should be a one-bid league. This is an awful conference this year. I mean, like, I understand Miami fans' frustrations, certainly because they do still have those early season wins, but Florida's 3-7, right? Like that's not super impressive. Notre Dame's not though, and I totally agree with you on the Irish point. Like, I don't think that gap should necessarily exist, but I don't know. Like Miami down the stretch, like they have not been playing anything special as far as team wise, and like their resume in the end may not stack up. With the big, I think that the committee is in some ways saying here, if you want to believe they say things, hey, the Big 12 top to bottom is a much more difficult league. And I do think you see this in some of these strength of record metrics, like BYU strength of schedule. I think it's like 27th, and Georgia Tech, for instance, is like 88th, right? Like they're really like the models are really seeing a major gap in the bottom halves of these leagues this year.
Are USC and Michigan close enough that if they score the really big win that's still on their schedule, USC would be this Saturday in Eugene against Oregon. For Michigan, of course, we know it would be in a week and a half against Ohio State. Do you think USC at 15, Michigan behind Texas and 18, are they close enough where they could still, their 10-2 could get them in?
So I'm very convinced that the Big Ten gets 3 teams in to this thing. I don't know if they really have a good chance to get 4 in, right? The 4 pass, obviously, like I do think that if Oregon loses at home to USC, or if they lose against Washington, that they're out, right? I do not think a 10-2 Oregon is going to get in based on some of these other rankings. So if USC beats Oregon, obviously, I think they will likely get in and take Oregon's spot. Michigan's an interesting one. Obviously, they beat Ohio State. I think like that's probably going to get them in. Like that resume looks a hell of a lot better. But I think most likely outcome here is 3 for the Big Ten and not 4. But I don't think there's really any chance they only get 2. That'd be a pretty shocking result. And Texas will take care of itself just as Michigan will. Texas has to play A&M in the year, right? If they win, maybe they're in, but if they don't, I don't think they're in either, but it's not a 0% chance. It's more like, 1 in 20 type thing.
And Mark, we've talked about the Alabama Notre Dame thing. Here's why I believe it's important. Let's just say that Oregon wins out, so the Big Ten's going to get 3, but Michigan wins out. Okay, we're going to move the 10-2 Michigan, who, by the way, might very well then qualify for the Big Ten title game. All right, so we're going to move them how high? Are we going to move them ahead of Alabama? And who's the last team in right now? Are we going to put Michigan ahead of Alabama? See, to me, you flip-flop Bama and Notre Dame, Bama's still in, and now we're debating 10-2 Notre Dame versus 10-2 Michigan. Put those resumes on the board. That's why I think the Notre Dame-Alabama ranking is a big deal.
I don't disagree with you there at all, actually. That's a really well-made point by you. Here's one for you to debate for the rest of today if you're interested. Let's say Alabama wins out, and so they win the SEC. They have they're the one who took down 12-0 Texas A&M to make them 12-1. They're getting 3 seed. A&M's getting a 4 seed, right?
You think that they'll freeze out Texas Tech?
I do, yeah. In that, I read, like in my model, there's a couple scenarios in which
I don't.
Like it's 6th.
I don't. I actually think they'll keep Texas Tech 4 or move Texas Tech up to 3, and I think they'll take the whole season. You're going to put a 2-loss team ahead of a 1-loss conference champion?
If they're the SEC champion, absolutely. In fact, I had 3 SEC teams over Texas Tech in my model. I had Bama 3, A&M 4 because they lost the championship game, and then Georgia 5.
Okay.
I mean, like they already have Georgia ahead, right? I don't think that they lost to Bama on a neutral site for A&M, who otherwise would have had 12 wins, is going to drop them below Texas Tech. Tech would likely be beating BYU again, which they already kind of received credit for doing once, right? I think Tech's like 6th in that scenario if Bama wins the SEC. But Georgia fans keep telling me that Bama will not leapfrog Georgia if they win the SEC. I'm like, all right, I'm waiting for somebody who's not a Georgia fan to agree with y'all. So I'm curious what y'all think.
All right, let's get to this week, and because I don't know, bud. I think I'm still baffled at Miami having no shot at this, even though they beat Notre Dame. I still believe head-to-head has to matter. Why the hell are we playing these games if head-to-head doesn't mean anything?
I mean, so I agree with you that it should mean something, and I think it does mean something. I mean, like the Notre Dame win is almost the entirety of USF's resume at this point, right? I think that win is carrying a lot of weight. The debate comes down to, how much weight? Should it be like the sole determining factor? If you stack up the wins that they have, or just if you stack up the performances that they have, right? I think Notre Dame has a lot more impressive performances than Miami does. Obviously, the head-to-head should matter, but it's one data point. It's probably the most valuable data point, but I don't know that does it supersede the other 11? Or, well, I guess the other, 9 at this point, so we've only played 10 games?
Does it supersede them? No. But if we're going to, judge you close losses, I mean, then we have to look at the teams that they played that are similar and how did they do. I mean, there are other factors in this that show Miami's every bit equal with Notre Dame. The only thing are the losses. So that's the difference.
Good point. So that Pitt game will be an interesting data point coming up because Notre Dame played somewhat sloppily and still killed them. Like if Miami doesn't go up, doesn't murder Pitt, I don't think they're getting it.
Fair enough.
I'd agree with that. As Mark said, let's get to this week. I'll be in Eugene, which seems to be the game of the week. How much of a shot do you give USC? Oregon has proven they can play some smash mouth football. USC did it once this year in beating Michigan. They've kind of been kicked in the face a few other times. Do you think USC is built to go to Eugene and win?
I think it is possible because really, Oregon's secondary has been tested exactly one time by Indiana. It's not like Iowa runs out anybody who's not going to be like an accountant or insurance salesman at the college at receiver. They really haven't faced any good passing attacks yet. So I do think there's some chance USC could just go nuts, just throwing the football on them. However, I will say, if you take a look at this, remember when USC called that fake punt, the one where they had the quarterback wear the same number as the punter?
Mm-hmm.
Northwestern was really running it on them quite a bit until USC broke the game open and kind of took Northwestern out of a game state in which running the ball was feasible. Iowa ran the ball pretty well on USC until they didn't. And you're right, guys, Oregon is a pretty physical football team. There's a chance they get some of those receivers and pass catchers back this week. Sadiq was back last week. It's not impossible to see USC going out there and winning. They're certainly an improved team. I really think Riley, by the way, has this thing ready to take off in the next couple of years. Like, this recruiting class they're signing is very different. Like, I'm all in on him actually having like a real like career arc change or tenure change at USC. But for this weekend, man, I don't know if that run defense is going to hold up. Oregon really runs it well. They're creative and they're really physical.
There's a couple other games that are appealing to me, but like BYU's on the road again. They've got to keep winning to ensure they get to the Big 12 title game and have their shot at a rematch at Tech. Are they going to be able to get it done this week at Cincinnati? They're a slight favorite.
Yeah, I think Cincinnati here is certainly a good look. I mean, if you watched last week, we actually liked Arizona in that game. We also had the under that hit, and I just thought it was a good matchup for Arizona. But I'm not really sure that it's a great matchup for BYU for some different reasons. Also, like BYU, the way they're being priced in the market right now, they played well last week, and that freshman quarterback Bachmeier's coming on nicely. However, if you really look at this, TCU basically no-showed that game, especially on defense. Like there was a lot of kind of patty cake going on. It's like, okay, it's cold up here. We just kind of screwed our season up by fumbling it a million times against Iowa State. Like, do we really want to be here? I think Cincinnati will want to be there, right? Like, I think if the Cincinnati team will come out motivated and angry because they still have a real shot to go to the title game.
Got about a minute. Your best info on Lane Kiffin and his whereabouts next year.
Very much thought he was going to stay at Ole Miss until they started doing like the family thing. And I'm not saying you can't come back from that, but that kind of cranks things up to 11, doesn't it? As far as just the awkward level, like where they're literally like they're treating us like official visits while you're committed to another school. At this point, I think I'm going to switch and say he's leaving. Some people think that LSU is a smokescreen to kind of drive the price up on Florida, but I don't know that I do. Like, those are both really, really good jobs, and it may just come down to fit. I mean, people say you win a championship at Ole Miss. I don't know that their best chance to win a championship wasn't last year, honestly. So I think he's going to leave.
Bud Elliott. Bud Elliott 3, 2 L's, 2 T's, and the number 3 is how you follow him on X, 24/7 Sports, Nolecast, Cover 3 Podcast, and CBS. Bud, be safe. We'll talk next week.
All right, take care, y'all.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent you.
At the Diamond District, we know what you want.
Experience wall-to-wall diamonds during our diamond event, November 21st through 23rd.
This is our biggest event of the year, featuring an expanded collection of GIA certified diamonds, designer jewelry, and exclusive collections from Takori.
This is the perfect time to start your holiday shopping.
More diamonds, more choices. November 21st through 23rd, only at the Diamond District.
At the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton.
What's up, Chris?
Gentlemen, how you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Down in San Antonio at my sister's. So yeah,
Nice.
It's all good. Yeah.
You staying all the way through You staying all the way through Thanksgiving?
No, because they play next week, so I'm coming back Sunday morning.
Boy, you worked this out perfectly. Get a little family time. Don't have to sit down at Thanksgiving dinner and get into an argument with somebody.
That's right. Exactly.
All done.
Exactly. Yeah, it's all gonna work out. Yeah, very nice. And so the Dolphins overcame Mike McDaniel, huh?
See, I'm with you. The analytics people said he made the right play. You gotta be kidding me.
I know. You know what? And I always say, David, the analytics don't take into account that Mike McDaniel could be coaching for his job, and the downs, the risk reward. I understand what Mike meant, but I'm kicking. I'm kicking. I'm sorry. I'm kicking.
I didn't pay as much attention to the Dolphins game as I should have.
Yep.
I got people coming over Sunday, so I'm getting food ready because they're coming for the 1:00 game. So I'm getting stuff ready, and I had the game on, and Miami's about to score.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I look, and Washington's got the ball, and I'm like, what the hell just happened? How did they not score here?
Right.
And so I rewind it, and I just stood there in front of the television going, he did what?
Yeah, exactly. And I get it, but yeah.
How many minutes was left in the game again?
144.
Right. Okay.
I would take analytic. I would fire the whole department, and I would take whatever was involved, if there was a machine or whatever, and I would throw it out the window because, I mean, there's no we're going to pass on taking the lead with 1:40 left in the game. Why? You're fired.
Right. I agree. And I've argued with people about this, and I see what they mean, but you got to, the risk reward. That's almost a fireable offense if you lose that game in that fashion.
It's not like the game was tied at 31.
Correct.
The game was tied at 13.
Correct. It's right. It's not like you.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour on this hump day. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We got a bunch of poll questions out there, none of them having to do with sports, so you'll love them. Make sure you answer them. Today's National Play Monopoly Day. So we get into board games, which Monopoly pieces you like, chess or checkers. I mean, a whole bunch of questions. Go answer them. This is how good a guy Chris Perkins is. He's on vacation right now. On vacation with family. And he's joining us. Well, then again, he may want the respite from family. We don't know. Chris Perkins joining us from San Antonio. All right, Sun Sentinel, sun-sentinel.com. Follow him on X at Chris Perk, P-E-R-K. First off, how's your week going?
Oh, it's good. It's good. There's been no disputes and no arguments yet. I'm sure that'll happen, but we all have a good time down here. That's the bottom line.
Great.
Good deal. I am curious because you are a Texan. So when you go back home, and I don't know if San Antonio is home or not, what's the go-to? What do you have to get food-wise when you're back home? Is it barbecue? And you're in San Antonio, you've got great Mexican food. What is it you have to get while you're home?
Yeah, it's the Mexican food. And you know what? Because here's the funny thing about Miami is that for all the Spanish speakers there aren't very many Mexicans. You have to go kind of down to Homestead to get good Mexican food. So, it's definitely that. But second is the barbecue. Third is chicken fried steak. The stuff I can't get in Miami, I have to come back here and get my fix.
How many of those three have you checked off so far?
Zero at this point. So I'm falling behind. Yeah, I know. It's been I've been here since Monday and I haven't had any of them yet.
Whoa.
All right. Someone's got a job to do.
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel still has a job, which has stunned a lot of us, but they're winning. But we were talking before we came on. The end of that game in Spain, they're down at the goal line. The game is tied at 13. What the hell? What in the absolute hell was he doing?
That is a great way to introduce this. So here's the deal. Tied at 13 with 1:44 left, 4th and 1 at the 1 yard line. And Mike McDaniel decides to try to run with Ollie Gordon. He gets stopped for a 2-yard loss. I would have kicked the field goal and taken the 16-13 lead. Mike McDaniel's thinking, and I understand it, was if you kick the field goal, you leave Washington too much time to come back and kick a tying field goal, because nowadays, with the new kickoff rules, you're probably going to return the kickoff to around the 30-yard line. And at that point, you only need a few first downs to get yourself into field goal range. Guys are making field goals from 52, 55 yards nowadays. So that was his thinking is, I want to win this game in regulation. I don't want to send it into overtime. So, Washington did miss a 56-yard field goal. But, my thinking is, this isn't a game where both teams are going up and down the field and scoring on each other. The offenses had stalled. You're going against Marcus Mariota. Kick the field goal, take your 16-13 lead, put the game on your special teams and your defense. Mike McDaniel, it worked out for him because Washington missed that 56-yard field goal attempt in regulation. But man, I know analytics were with Mike McDaniel, but the risk reward, I would have kicked the field goal.
Well, we don't have enough time to get into how analytics could have been with Mike McDaniel, but that's a whole other story. So this is happening, though. And you did lay this out a couple weeks ago. You said, hey, remember they were 2-6 last year, finished 6-3, and they were 2-7 this year. And you said, yeah, but let's check the schedule. You know, I think you said, guys, I see a path to 7. Well, guess what? It's happening. And therefore, he's going to keep his job if he finishes this path, isn't he?
Oh, David, you know what? It looks like that's a real possibility, and you know, word has been put out through national media that Stephen Ross likes Mike McDaniel. He wants Mike McDaniel to stay, but Mike McDaniel has got to earn it. My thing is this: that even if they win 8 or 9 games and have a nice sprint to the finish line, that's still mediocrity personified, right? An 8 or 9 win season. And when Mike McDaniel right now has a 32-30 record, that's mediocrity. If they finish with 8 or 9 wins this season, that's mediocrity. Mike McDaniel, this is his 4th season. He's won 9 games, 8 games, and say he wins 8 or 9 again this year. That's mediocrity. That's the status quo. That's what Stephen Ross said he did not want to tolerate this season. But it looks like, and he's sending out vibes that 8 or 9 wins, that would be good. I would bring Mike McDaniel back. And I know Steve Ross likes Mike McDaniel. I know that he likes kind of the order that's in that building. We've talked about that before. There's not 4 or 5 people chirping in his ear. Everybody in that building is pulling on the same rope. There aren't little political factions that are you know, tearing away at each other. But the bottom line in this sport is winning. Mike McDaniel is not winning, and Steve Ross seems okay with that.
Here's, I guess, my bigger problem with all of that. If the owner says, I want to keep the coach, that means one of 2 things. That whatever GM is chosen, he has to keep the coach. Or B, and to me, this scenario is even worse, McDaniel will have a big say into who the next general manager is, Chris.
Yeah, and you know what? You're exactly right on both of those counts, Mark. And you know, to me, Mike McDaniel had a lot of influence over Chris Greer and with Chris Greer. They worked to get together. It was like a 51% Chris Greer, 49% Mike McDaniel. It got you mediocrity. It got Chris Greer fired. So why are you going to bring Mike McDaniel back? That being the case, again, you know. I know Steve Ross wants to win, but it sure doesn't look like it a lot of times in a lot of ways, correct? I mean, he's almost taken the path of least resistance because it's what makes him happier. When he comes to the facility, there aren't a bunch of people chirping in his ear. But what about your fans, Steve Ross? You know, what about making them happy? That to me should be the priority, and it doesn't seem to be the case. It seems to be the case that Steve Ross wants peace in his house, and that's his number one priority over trying to win a Super Bowl.
Talking Dolphins once again with Chris Perkins of the Sun Sentinel, sun-sentinel.com. Follow him on X at Chris Perk, P-E-R-K. We have a regular guest, Pat Kerwin from NFL Radio. He worked in front offices for a long time, and he said, listen, when the money people are coming down the hall and saying to the owner, if you keep this coach, it's going to cost us this many millions of dollars because the fan base has told us they will not renew their tickets. Doesn't that have to be going on in Miami, Chris? I mean, the fans don't want him to remain as coach. They have said to all of us, I'm not buying tickets if it's the same guy on the sidelines. Doesn't that factor in here?
That's a huge factor here, David. And Mike McDaniel, I think maybe his first statement this season was something about, you know, I like the way that the team is structured, but you know, if fans stop showing up, that's going to be a factor. Well, in the Baltimore and Buffalo games, we saw a large number of visiting fans because Dolphins fans sold their tickets. Baltimore and Buffalo fans said, hey, South Florida in October, November, that's a good place to be. And I would say that, in those games, it was 20 to 25% road fans, Buffalo and Baltimore. So I want to see what the fans look like in these next couple of games for the Dolphins. The New Orleans game is a home game. Jets is on the road. Pittsburgh is on the road, but then they'll be back here for Tampa and Cincinnati. So I would really like to see what percentage of Dolphins fans is in the stands, how many empty seats that we see, because the last two home games, we've also seen just swaths of 6 and 7 seats empty. So I really want to see what the fan response is, and if it's weak, that's really going to put some pressure on Steve Ross to make a change, because the fans will have spoken in the best way they can, which is staying away.
You can sit in the lower bowl right now on the secondary market for less than $100 for the Saints game. You can sit upstairs for $40 right now. And that's a week and a half out. These things aren't going up between now and Sunday. I'm telling you that right now. The other thing I thought of, Chris, when it comes to that, and I get the ticket part of it, and I agree with David, but the other side of it is the big money comes from the suites. That's corporate money. Yes. That doesn't seem to be going away. Suite holders still use it. They use it to bring clients. There are other reasons, plenty of reasons, if you have the money to have a suite, to have one. Is that a factor, too, that the big money is staying, that the corporate sponsorships are staying, or are they losing some of those because of on-field performance?
Mark, I think this is where we get into how badly does Steve Ross want to pursue winning a Super Bowl? Because making money is one thing. Every NFL owner is going to make money through the TV contract, through your luxury suites, through the, grandeur of your brand new stadium or your revamped stadium, whatever. The corporate money is going to come in because, you want to entertain clients, et cetera, et cetera. It's the common fan. What does the common fan think? Are they showing up? Do they believe in your product? Are they excited about it? And do they think that you are giving an honest effort to win a Super Bowl? Or are you happy just treading water, making money, staying at that 9 and 8, 8 and 9 level? I think, to me, that's what pisses off fans. If you're not even trying to win, if you're happy collecting a paycheck, that's when you see a fan revolt.
30 seconds. One thing is being established, whether he stays as coach or a new coach comes in. Achane is the center of the offense now, isn't he?
He is. He definitely is, and they need to extend his contract after this season. It used to be Tyreek Hill, right? It used to be get the ball to Tyreek. Now it's get the ball to Achane, and what I really like about that is that Achane represents the run game, right? And we've seen an uptick in the run game. I think that's better for balance. That's better for keeping the defense off guard, and it sets up the play action pass. So I like what the offense has done. I like the way Mike McDaniel has thought this out, but they've got to extend Achane's contract after this season. You don't want a Christian Wilkins, Rob Hunt situation where they get into the final year, they bet on themselves, and they win, and the Dolphins lose.
I'm going to be extremely disappointed in you when we talk next week if you've not had chicken fried steak, some brisket, and some Mexican food, okay? Go do your job, Chris.
That's it. That's right. Do your job. That's it, man. I need to do a hold my beer, and I'll go get all 3 of those.
Channel your inner Belichick and just do your damn job. Chris Perkins of the Sun Sentinel, sun-sentinel.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
At the Diamond District, we know what you want.
Experience wall-to-wall diamonds during our diamond event, November 21st through 23rd.
This is our biggest event of the year, featuring an expanded collection of GIA certified diamonds, designer jewelry, and exclusive collections from Takori.
This is the perfect time to start your holiday shopping.
More diamonds, more choices. November 21st through 23rd, only at the Diamond District.
at the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I will say, John, I may call him and ask him. I don't know if I'll get Mike on for a whole segment for that, but it is certainly what the Bucs were awful against Buffalo last week on kick returns. Awful. Very valid point, John.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Mark,
David?
You may have it in your next segment. And if so, I apologize. But today's an anniversary.
Okay.
In fact, if I had remembered it, probably should have tried to book this guy as a guest who we've had on a couple dozen times. Today's an anniversary of something that happened, which really, Mark, should have been the end of me betting forever.
Okay.
And I was 12.
Is 12. Is this the Miracle at the Meadowlands?
Yep.
I do have it, and that's okay. No need to apologize.
I was a month shy of turning 13 and didn't spend a whole lot of time with my dad, but this was one of those times where he was around, and I think he was in between marriages, and I was seeing him when I would go visit his mom, and she was the Met fan. She turned me into a Mets fan. And he would, through the job that he had, he would come home with the sheets.
Right. For those of you who don't know, it's basically a parlay card. It had all the games on it, and you could pick two. I think, did you have to pick three?
Had to pick 4 on this one, but you got 10-1 for all the money you put down. And so what he said was, he said, listen, I'll put the $5 down for you. You pick the 4. And as I remembered it, my first 3 picks were 1:00 games. And for whatever reason, the Giants-Eagles game was a 4:00 game. But that happened a lot because back in the day, they never showed the Giants and Jets at the same time because the Jets aired on NBC and the Giants aired on CBS, and they wanted the New York market to be able to watch, their teams and not have conflicting audiences and what have you. Remember, the NFL's not the number one sport in the land in the late 70s. It's growing, but baseball's still king. So as I remember it, it was a late afternoon game, and the Eagles were a 1.5-point favorite over the Giants. And the Giants were leading 17-12 because the Eagles kicker had missed both extra points. There was no 2-point conversion. It was 17-12. And all the Giants had to do, infamously, was take a knee. They didn't do that back in the day.
No, they did not. No, you ran it into the line of scrimmage with your fullback.
So the Giants ran it into the line of scrimmage on first down, and there was a bit of a brouhaha. So much so that the Giants decided, you know what, let's play it safe. And on second down, Joe Pisarcik, okay, in which you couldn't just take it and kneel. You had to make it seem like a football play. So he took the snap and faked as if he was running around for a second and then went down. And the Eagles tapped him, and there was pushing and shoving amongst the linemen. And on third down, they decided not to do that again, and we all know what happened. Pisarcik puts it on Zonka's hip pad. Ball bounces off the ground, straight up in the air. Herm Edwards coming off the edge, grabs it, returns it for a touchdown. 18-17 Eagles. And now we line up for the extra point. And this one he makes. Final score, 19-17. Huge game in the standings. If the Giants had won, the Giants and Eagles would have been tied. I think they both would have been 6-6 with 4 to play. So the Eagles won to go to 7-5. The Eagles end up making the playoffs. They get the last playoff spot that year in the NFC. First time the Eagles had made the playoffs in like 15 plus years. That's the one where you see Dick Vermeil crying in the owner's arms. We're a winner. We're a winner. No one can ever say we weren't winners. Okay. I mean, it was a huge game in the standings. It eliminated the Giants essentially. It also led to the Giants fans imploding. They're done. They've had enough. 15 straight seasons without the playoffs. 14 of the 15 seasons were losing seasons. The banners started flying over the Meadowlands, the whole deal. Giants fandom went crazy, even though there was no sports talk radio and no internet. And everybody got fired. Everybody. GM, head coach, a month later, everybody got fired. So in many ways, it was a great play in the history of the Giants because it brought in George Young as GM and Bill Parcells as defensive coordinator, and the rest is history. They drafted Sims, LT, you know the rest. But Mark, that was my first bad beat. I'm 12. My dad's put $5 down at 10-1, and I had won all 3 1:00 games, and I have the Giants in 1.5. And all they have to do is take a knee. And I've won $50. $50 at 12 in 1978. Do you know what that is today? Hundreds of dollars.
I think it's at this point of the show, I should remind everybody that David's record against the number this year is 35-57. That's right. 35-57.
Now, it has not always been this bad. It has never been close to this bad. Okay. However, that should have been the day that the gambling stopped for me, that I should have just been like, no, I don't gamble. Why don't you gamble? It's too painful to discuss. I was 12. I don't want to go there. Oh, okay.
I am not going to give David's record without giving my horrific record.
It's not horrific compared to me.
Well, nothing is. 26-34 for yours truly. Lee Sterling having a rough year as well, 28-33. He is 6-6 on his games of the week. I have to be honest. He's either 6 or 7 or 7-6, but he did not send us a game of the week 2 weeks ago of who he picked. So I don't let him say he won after the fact. I don't. Not happening. It's on us, but he can't get credit for a win or a loss without an actual text being sent with who the pick was. A reminder, 7 a.m. on Friday, Lee Sterling will make his picks. 7:21 on Friday, we will make ours. I would suggest going the other way.
So to review, 47 years ago today, I became mush.
And it really hasn't changed since.
Someone was able to figure out the value of that money today, it would be $248.45.
At 12, a month before your birthday. Are you kidding? Forget Scott Van Pelt and bad beats. I had it 47 years ago, baby.
And my guess is he did his own short segment following the bad beat.
I remember he scores, and my dad's like, oh, no. And I instantly, you know what? This is maybe when I knew I was going to be a spotter. I instantly said, hold on, Dad. He's got to make the extra point, and he's already missed 2. I was such a loser, even back then.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not one but 2 elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance for tickets. Go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Just like the opening game of the season when the New England Patriots were running the game out against the Washington Redskins, a fumble. This is the most astounding development. This is even more unbelievable. Just doesn't get the snap. He just loses the snap, doesn't get it. And who's right there? Herman Edwards picks it up on the dead run and goes in for a touchdown. Absolutely unbelievable. Zonka and Pizarchik missed the connection. The ball hops up on the one hop to Herman Edwards. He's got an open lane right into the end zone with 20 seconds left while the Giants are running out the game with a 7. Look at Dick Vermeil. He can't believe it. I guess he feels he's got one coming after some of the close ones he lost. The opening game of the season, they beat the Rams all over the field and then lost on the longest field goal that Frank Corral had ever kicked. Corral played for him at UCLA and the Rams won it. And this is an incredible development against the Giants and for the Eagles. Fumble. Now they make an extra point. Well, with 20 seconds left, the Eagles lead the Giants 19. That's unbelievable. I've seen Dempsey kick a 63-yard field goal. I fell out of the press box of that one. Unbelievable. On November 19th.
I had forgotten it was Cricky and Sonny Jurgensen.
Golly.
Still mad about that bad beat over there?
I just wanted to fill in even, make sure any of the blanks. I had forgotten it was Don Criqui and Sonny Jurgensen doing the game on CBS. Criqui says, I saw Dempsey's 63-yard field goal and nearly fell out of the press box, and this is more incredible.
Favorite part about that 63-yard field goal is all the Lions players who are just standing there. They're not attempting to block it. They don't think there's any shot.
Nope. And it was the last play of the game, too, man.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until we're done. We're out of here. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Miss any part of the show, including Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, Chris Perkins, download it, millerandmoulton.com. Tomorrow's show, Roy Cummings, JP Shadrick, Thursday Night Football. Got a lot going on as you would expect. It'll be a week before Thanksgiving. Some of us still celebrate it. Haven't moved straight on to Christmas.
Man, oh man. I give my wife and daughter a lot of credit because we don't have Christmas stuff up yet. But I think if the daughter had her way, the house would be Christmas up. Because the light in the entrance to my neighborhood, the lights are on, and they're so happy. And they listen to Christmas music in the car together. My daughter asked me to put Christmas music on the other day. I'm like, no. I go, and I'm not going to do it in December. You get enough of that in the other car. You know what we're going to listen to? How about some Led Zeppelin? How's that sound to you?
Yeah. Season's greetings.
Misty Mountain Hop. That's as close as we get, okay?
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
I'm just laughing because I'm picturing, you want season's greetings? Here. And a whole lot of love. And a whole lot of love.
How about Cashmere? How about that one, honey? 1620, the Mayflower reaches Cape Cod and explores the coast. 1805, Lewis and Clark reach the Pacific. 1863, President Lincoln delivers the Gettysburg Address. Today in 44, FDR announces the 6th war loan drive aimed at selling $14 billion in war bonds to help pay for the war effort. Today in 61, Houston Oilers quarterback George Blanda throws for 7 touchdowns in a rout of the New York Titans in the AFL. 69, Pele scores his 1,000th professional goal. Today in 75, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is released. It would win the Academy Award for Best Picture. There is a great story that DeVito tells while filming this. And Nicholson's a star. DeVito's not. So he takes DeVito to see a basketball game. Nicholson loves his hoop, goes to see the Trailblazers. And DeVito says, so we smoke a doobie on the way there. And he says, Danny, you want something to drink? And I get a Coke. And he goes, they give me a Coke that's about the size of me. And right before the game, they're in the front row, and DeVito kicks the Coke over, and it goes all over the Coke.
You know what I didn't realize about that movie until fairly recently? I did not realize Michael Douglas was co-producer of it.
I did not know that either. By the way, that movie still plays. I don't care.
Yes.
I don't care. 50 years old, still phenomenal. David mentioned it last segment. Miracle to Meadowlands today in 78. His first bad beat.
Ah!
Today in 1980, CBS bans Calvin Klein jean ad featuring Brooke Shields.
Sydney Sweeney's looking at that ad going, you guys got bent out of shape about this? What?
Well, that, right, exactly.
What?
Today in 83, a day after Mickey Mouse's birthday, Wayne Gretzky calls the New Jersey Devils a Mickey Mouse organization.
It is the only misstep he's ever had in his career publicly, right?
Yes.
I mean, Gretzky has never, ever gotten in any trouble for anything else, but a few people were upset at him. And Devils fans have held it against him forever. And then he would later play with the Rangers, so that, made it more lively.
They did beat the Devils that day 13-4.
Right. Yes, they did.
Dwight Gooden today in 84, youngest to be named the NL Rookie of the Year at the age of 20. Today in 04, Ron Artest jumps into the stands to confront a Pistons fan who threw a drink at him. We know it as the Malice at the Palace.
And it was on.
Today in 2018, Rams beat the Chiefs 54-51. First time two teams score 50 in a game. Mahomes, 6 TD passes. That's the most in Monday Night Football history. And today in 2019, LeBron, 25, 11, and 10, as the Lakers beat the Thunder. He is the first player to achieve a triple-double against all 30 franchises. And in 2021, Adele released the studio album 30. It's pretty good. James Garfield, he was a president. Tommy Dorsey, he ran bands. Indira Gandhi, she ran a country. Roy Campanella and Larry King. Hello. Would have all celebrated birthdays today. Ted Turner's 87. Calvin Klein is 83.
And nothing comes between Brooke and her Calvins.
Right.
Oh, the people lost their minds.
Meg Ryan is 64. Jodie Foster, 63. Adam Driver, 42. And Patrick Kane is 37 years old today.
Patrick Kane! Just a little Harry Kane takeoff.
I know. He's like 5 away from 500, I think, Patrick Kane is. Did I miss anything, David?
No, the only thing that I didn't add in time was when you were talking about Lincoln and the Gettysburg Address is, it was a pretty important speech. It's obviously remembered 162 years later.
It was 275 words.
And do we know any besides 7 years ago?
Not really. Just urging everybody on. I know it's, tough times and we're a little war weary, but it's really important that we fight and we win this thing. 275 words.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good, we go to Nova Scotia via Alabama. Darcy and Laura Clark. They're the owners of Bentley's Burgers and Fries. They received a handwritten letter from a stranger along with $40 in American cash. You see, guy in Alabama ordered takeout from Bentley's restaurant. Turns out he ordered it from the wrong Bentley's restaurant. He meant to order the one that's down the road. He ordered it from the one in Nova Scotia. When he realized he made the mistake, he sent the $40 and an apology letter for not picking up the food and leaving them high and dry. That's pretty damn nice.
It is.
It really is. For the bad, we go to Fort Myers, Florida, where deputies responded to a home after a resident reported a man knocking on a door and impersonating an officer. Jaden White was wearing a vest equipped with a firearm and a radio, and he was causing trouble, knocking on doors, trying to talk about whatever. Turned out he wasn't a police officer, and he was arrested for that. Finally, the ugly. We stay in the Sunshine State and go to Clearwater, where Angel Lynn Curl, she's 47, and she and her boyfriend invited a female friend to their Clearwater apartment to have a throuple. Apparently, they decided that wasn't going to happen.
Okay.
And Angel got upset. And she hit her boyfriend in the face.
Oh, boy.
And then she hit him a few more times.
Okay, that's enough.
The female invitee apparently called police when they showed up at around 1:15 in the morning. Angel was arrested. That is the good, the bad, and the thruple gone wrong ugly here on Miller and Moulton. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. New officers being hired, great pay, overtime available, and unbelievable benefits. For more information, where should they go, David?
CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com.
So there you have it.
9 NBA games tonight. The Heat are hosting Golden State, not televised nationally. The ESPN double dip. We're getting Houston at Cleveland instead of Golden State at Miami. In a way, I'm impressed. But I have to admit, I kind of like watching Steph play as many times as I can.
Right.
That's the early game, Houston-Cleveland on the 4-letter network. Knicks and Mavs. Can New York finally win a road game? Dallas is 4-11. I would hope so. So, Golden State, Miami, by the way, 7:30.
Hockey tonight, double dip on TNT. The best player in the world against the best goal scorer ever. Edmonton's in Washington. That's the early game. Carolina at Minnesota, the late game at 9:30. A couple other games going on tonight, Calgary and Buffalo, and Boston and Anaheim.
I know the ratings are horrendous, but I got to give TNT credit. they have aired some second games of their doubleheaders in the last few years that they have to know they're going to get 212,000 people watch this. But they're promoting the sport, if you will. They're all in. I mean, Carolina at Minnesota. I mean, I'm not
I
kidding.
know.
It's not going to do much more than 212,000.
No. Nope.
We've got action tonight. Going to
Yes,
do a lot
we
more. We're going to do a lot more. Both games at 7 Eastern. Miami of Ohio and Buffalo. They're both 5-5. Hey, bowl eligibility at stake. 7 o'clock ESPN2. 7 o'clock ESPNU, Central Michigan, Kent State. For the record, Miami of Ohio on the road, a 2.5-point favorite over Buffalo. Central Michigan on the road, a 9.5-point favorite over Kent State. ESPN2, ESPNU, if you need your helmet and shoulder pads tonight.
Chippewas 4-2 in conference. They're a half game behind Ohio for second place. Western with their win, 6-1 for what it's worth. I know how many of you care about that MAC championship game. One pretty good hoop game tonight, David.
I would argue there's two.
All right. Well, the first one, you know what? You're right. There are two. But the first one that I'll watch because it's the early game, Arizona and UConn at 7 o'clock tonight. UConn is 6.5-point favorite.
Both teams unbeaten. Both teams in the top 5. Thank you very much. What is this, Jim Calhoun and Lute Olson? What is going on here? The nightcap, and see, they say 9 o'clock, but will it really start at 9 or will it start at like 9:20?
No, I might watch the first half, and one of these teams is maybe my favorite to watch in college hoop right now.
Alabama, a 4.5-point underdog at Illinois. A battle of two top 11 teams. So FS1, your place to go for college hoop tonight. Good double dip.
Yeah, Alabama's fun to watch. That's as
they are.
entertaining a team as there is in college hoop. They get up and down the court. They usually play at around 90 points every game. They are in a very entertaining team. Pretty good, but always entertaining.
And Brad Underwood's Illini teams aren't interested in playing defense either. So probably should have taken a look at what the over-under is. 181.5. Vegas is saying this game's going to be 93-88, give or take a half a point.
That's some excitement about a college basketball game in November, for crying out loud. Miller and Moulton. Tomorrow, Roy Cummings to talk the Bucks, JP Shadrick to talk the Jags. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll do it tomorrow at 6 a.m.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. Football season is back and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent you.
This is Miller and Moulton